Right, everybody set? Welcome back. It's been 15 months. 15 pounds later, here we sit. I'd like to call the June 23rd in-person and Zoom hybrid meeting to order for the Wisconsin Natural Resource Board. Please join me in saying pledge to this great country, to our flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. On behalf of the board, I welcome each of you today to our hybrid meeting. Please know that sometimes there's a delay with some of the testimony we'll receive. We're used to it after 15 months. Mute your mic when you're not testifying. If you're virtual, board members, leave your mics the way they are if you like. In person, motions will be made slower. If there's testimony and Lori doesn't understand something, please chime up and say you're not understanding what was said. Staff presenters, same goes for everybody in the staff. Our meetings are televised via the World Wide Web on NRB webpage, and we especially want to welcome and thank our viewers for chiming in. Public testimony is welcome at each and every scheduled meeting, if possible. The transparency of meetings and the ability for this public to testify or comment to us is the benchmark for how this board has operated for over 50 years. This meeting will have 27 appearances today via Zoom. I'd like to give special thanks to our technical and communications crew. It's like they came back home and they're like, okay, we got to do something different now. We got wires everywhere. It's like riding a bike for these guys back there. Christopher Tall for Zoom, Brent Alderman for live webcast, Jeff, Paul, Drew, Ben, and Scott Miller for ensuring all board information is available online for the public, and Sarah and Katie for media releases. Kari, our Conservation Congress liaison, who helps us work with our longstanding partners dealing with the natural resources. Thank you. I also like to thank Lori Ross, our NRB board liaison, for providing the link between the public, staff, and sometimes ourselves. This communication is historic. Continuity between the board and the department and the public, and it's surpassed with Lori's leadership. Law enforcement, been a difficult year with COVID. But every day in the news, we see the job you do out in the public. Boating accidents the last couple of weeks in northern Wisconsin, central Wisconsin, it's never ending. I'd like to personally thank law enforcement, Rob Barnhart, Chief Casey Krieger, and his ward team for your ability to protect our resources along with our board members, staff, and public on a daily basis. This speaks for itself. Thank you. I'd like to also thank Secretary Preston Cole, Deputy Secretary Todd Ames, Assistant Deputy Secretary Stephen Little, Chief Legal Counsel Cheryl Hammond, and department staff for their participation in today's meetings. Your time is valuable, and we respect that. Lastly, the 2,200 permanent employees and 1,400 LTEs of the Department of Natural Resources who have worked through an extremely difficult year. Congratulations to you as well for your continued commitment and tireless work for the Department of Natural Resources and all those citizens. Board members, any questions or comments? Hearing none. Lori, would you please take roll?
William Bruins.
Here.
Sharon Adams. Here. Terry Hildenberg.
Here.
Greg Kazmierski.
Here.
Marcy West.
Here.
William Smith.
Here.
Dr. Frederick Crane.
Here. Okay, first of all, Preston, we have our second meeting for our new board member, Sharon Adams. Welcome. It's great to see you face to face and not on some blurry TV in my office in Wausau. Preston, you want a few things to say as she's fully seated and in here?
The two nominees nominated by Governor Tony Evers will be going through their process, of course. And it's important during these times to get to know each other. One, because we're going to be on the road, we're going to be in these rooms, we'll be in closed sessions. And over time, sometimes, rare, but there's disagreements. It's been my history that this board has put those to the side and been able to deliberate on many different rules going forward. So I know that's going to be the same case here. Sharon Adams, conservationist from the South, as the nominee. And again, Mrs. Nas, thank you, Sandy, for being here. And Mr. Chair, on occasion, I will give some of my time in secretary matters so that Sandy can give an update of what's going on in the North, whether it's forestry, fisheries, wildlife, agriculture, anything she wants to talk about, because it's important that this body gets to know her as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Preston. I need a motion for approval of the agenda. Mr. Secretary, any changes to the agenda as presented?
No changes to the agenda.
Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion.
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Any debate? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Consent agenda. Does anybody have any desire to pull something out after I read them? Please voice your opinion. Consent agenda today. Approval of brief of action of May 26, 2021. Turning Rivers will donate $48,538 worth of concrete to be used in the west end of the camp barn as part of the phase 1 of its conversion to a pavilion at the Turning Rivers Camp at the Kettle Moraine State Forest, Northern Unit. Devils Lake Concession Corporation will donate $40,000 in the form of electronic message signboard for the entrance to Devils Lake State Park in Sauk County. Request that the board authorize preliminary public hearing and comment period for the statement of scope for Board Order WY 1320 for proposed rules affecting chapters NR 102, 106, 205, 207, and other related regulations for the purpose of updating Wisconsin's water quality anti-graduation? What is, I can't read it. I forgot my glasses. Policy and procedures, degradation. Lastly, request the board authorize a preliminary public hearing and comment period for the statement of scope for Board Order FH 0420 for proposed rules affecting chapters NR 20 related to sturgeon spearing, harvest regulations, and gear use. Anybody wish to pull anything out? If not, any motion to accept it?
Move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second on the consent agenda. Any discussion for board members on those items? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Action items. First one we have, request adoption of Board Order AM 1019, proposed rules affecting chapters NR 404, 407, 408, 428, and 484 related to incorporation of the 2015 National Ambient Air Quality Standards for ozone. Gail Good, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you and good morning, Chair Prane, members of the board, and Secretary Cole. My name is Gail Good, and I'm the director of the Air Management Program. Lori, I'll just check if I'm advancing slides here or not. Otherwise, we'll go to the second slide. Today, I'm requesting adoption of Board Order AM 1019. Next slide. Thank you. So if, we're on slide 3 now. The rule changes in AM 1019 are being proposed because the US EPA promulgated a new National Ambient Air Quality Standard, or NAAQS, for ozone in 2015. The 2015 ozone NAAQS set the standard for ozone to 0.070 parts per million, or 70 parts per billion, to protect public health and welfare. Under Wisconsin statutes, the department is required to promulgate a similar but no more restrictive standard as EPA. The US EPA has not revoked the previous, less stringent National Ambient Air Quality Standard for ozone, which was promulgated in 2008. So as a result, the department is implementing both the 2008 and the 2015 ozone NAAQS. While non-attainment designations and associated permit requirements can have a cost associated, like all states, we're implementing a federal program and bringing our state rules up to speed as required. Next slide. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Board Order AM 1019 includes 3 main rule changes. The board order first incorporates the 2015 Ozone National Ambient Air Quality Standard, fulfilling the department's requirement under Wisconsin Statute Section 285-21 to promulgate a similar but no more restrictive standard as EPA. Second, the board order also clarifies which major source or major modification thresholds apply in non-attainment areas that have multiple classifications or different ozone standards. The rule changes clarified that an area's more stringent classification determines the applicable major source or major modification threshold, and this is consistent with federal requirements. For example, part of Kenosha County is currently classified as marginal non-attainment for the 2015 ozone NAAQS, and also the area also has a more stringent serious classification under the 2008 standard. In this case, the serious non-attainment classification takes precedent in determining which thresholds apply, and our rule seeks to clarify that. The final change is revised thresholds for nitrogen oxides, or NOx, emissions that determine applicability for reasonably available control technology requirements. The updates to the NOx Act applicability thresholds are necessary to meet Federal Clean Air Act requirements related to the ozone NAAQS. During the rulemaking process, there have been several outreach activities to solicit feedback from the air program stakeholders that are listed here. The department did not receive any comments from the public. The department received minor comments of a clarifying nature from the Legislative Council Rules Clearinghouse, which were addressed in the final rule. So finally, that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions from the board if there are any at this time.
Any questions for board members for Gail? Sounds like you did a nice job.
Thank you.
Is there a motion? So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed. Thank you, Gail.
Thank you.
Request adoption of Board Order WT, excuse me? Motion did carry. Thank you. Request adoption of Board Order WT 0219, proposed rules affecting Chapter NR 3350 related to wetland mitigation. PowerPoint by Tom Pierce, Wetland Mitigation Project Manager. Tom, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Crane. Thank you, members of the board. Thank you, Secretary Cole. I'm Tom Pierce with the In Lieu Fee Wetland Mitigation Program. And my partner on this rule effort, Tom Nedland, who is our Wetland Mitigation Coordinator, is listening remote today from Rhinelander. Today, we are requesting adoption of Board Order WT 0219. Next slide, please. And for our timeline, this scope statement was approved in August 2019, and we've had our public comment phase this spring, March, April, and we are requesting adoption of the final draft rule. A little background on wetland mitigation. In Wisconsin statutes 281-36, wetland mitigation is required for all wetland individual permits and in some, for some non-federal wetland exemptions. It's also a federally led program under the Clean Water Act, Section 404. There are 3 alternatives for wetland permittees to fulfill their mitigation requirements. They can purchase credits from a privately operated mitigation bank. They can purchase credits from our department in lieu fee program, or they can complete a project on site, which is called permittee responsible mitigation. And for more information, see our biennial report to the legislature that we put out this past winter. So the goals of this rule revision were to bring this rule up to date and in sync as possible with current state statutes and also current federal regulations. So this rule was originally written in 2002, 2003. And in this proposal, we are clarifying the mitigation alternatives. We are updating requirements for mitigation site plans, updating mitigation bank establishment and operation procedures. And also we've established a section for administration of the department in lieu fee program. And our goal here was to make sure that the proposed language was as in sync with our state statute and federal regulations, because the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has the ultimate authority over these mitigation project sites and works closely with us on all of our mitigation decisions. Some stakeholder engagement that we've completed during this effort. We've worked with our Army Corps of Engineers partners. We received thorough comments from them in December and had meetings this spring. We sent our economic impact analysis documents to key stakeholders. We received one comment that was focused on rural language. And we've had several informal meetings with stakeholders, including mitigation bank operators and some legislative staff, to clarify our proposed rule language. We've also worked closely with the Wetland Study Council, which is a 9-member appointed council that discusses and recommends improvements to wetland regulations and works closely with our staff. And finally, our public hearing in April, there were 30 participants, but no registrants or comments. And then during the following public comment period, we received 3 comment submittals, and you'll see responses to those in the green sheet package. And during that time, we also worked with the Wetland Study Council very closely on final recommendations and rule language, working through recommendations that were sent in by members of the council, sent jointly with the League of Municipalities and the Wisconsin Realtors Association. So I want to thank you for your energy and time on this rule effort. And if I can, I'll answer any questions you have.
Any questions? Let's get a testimony first from the citizens, then stay seated. Stay close.
Okay.
You have two public appearances, Tim Andreck from Middleton representing Wetland Study Council as Council Mitigation Committee Chair, and Tracy Hames from Madison as Council Acting Chair. It's a joint presentation. One thing we do know about Fish and Game in Wisconsin, if Tim is here, they're safe. So take your time, Tim, because the fish get a reprieve for a little while. I'm just kidding. 3 minutes, please, Tim, and Tracy, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. It's an honor to be able to address the Natural Resources Board. I'm Tracy Hames, Executive Director of Wisconsin Wetlands Association. I act as the Vice Chair and am currently in the position of Acting Chair for the Wetland Study Council. With me is Tim Andreck, who is with Ducks Unlimited's policy team and chairs the Mitigation Committee of the Wetland Study Council. Before we begin on our comments, I just want to tell you quickly that the Wetland Study Council was created by the state legislature in 2017 under Wisconsin Act 183 and consists of 9 members appointed by the governor for 6-year terms, staggered, representing various sectors such as the business community, agricultural, real estate and development, municipal interests, wetland practitioners, and conservation and waterfowl interests. Section 15.347 of the statutes directs the study council to research and develop recommendations on important and timely wetland issues. And the recommendations can go to the governor, to the legislature, to state agencies, wherever appropriate. And some examples of the issues that we've been dealing with the last couple of years is, of course, improving the wetland mitigation program, as well as the in-lieu and the wetland banking system. The potential for state and federal increased cooperation in wetland permitting and jurisdictional issues in that regard. Potentials of how wetlands can interact with stormwater and how stormwater affects wetlands, and what are our possibilities in that regard to help solve some of the runoff issues we're having statewide. Incentive programs for enhancing wetlands, wetland trainings for staff members, regulation simplification, delineation, financing wetland programs, and any other important issue that may arise or come up. That's our goal. And so with that, I wanted to make sure that the council was aware of our board and that we're here to help. If you have wetland questions or anything, feel free to reach out to the Wetland Study Council if you need our assistance reviewing or anything on any wetland related issues. Tim will now briefly discuss our position on the rules proposed for adoption of NR 350.
Good morning. It's a pleasure and an honor to be able to speak to the board again, and a real pleasure for me to see familiar faces and friends again. The Wetland Mitigation Program allows for planned development and wetland areas to occur with wetlands being restored at a greater ratio or amount than the wetlands loss. Wetland mitigation is an important tool to help address impacts from development. The Wetland Study Council is committed to working with the department and U.S. Corps of Art Engineers to improve the wetland mitigation program in Wisconsin. In fact, as Tracy had mentioned, it is part of the council's statutory charge to develop recommendations to improve the mitigation program. The redrafting of the department's mitigation rules, chapter NR 350, the Wisconsin Administrative Code, has provided an opportunity for the council to have significant impact on changes to Wisconsin's mitigation rules. Overall, the Wetland Study Council has been pleased with the collaborative approach of the department and the cooperation we have received in working with department staff on the development of the chapter NR 350 rule proposal. We started discussions with the department last August, meeting with and raising concerns and suggested changes with department staff, and have been working with the department since then in making word changes and reviewing and improving each new draft of chapter NR 350. We greatly appreciate the open and collaborative approach of the department staff and their willingness to address all our concerns raised by further rule wording changes or explanations. Tom Pierce, Tom Nedlin have done a tremendous job in making a number of changes to the draft NR 350 proposal in response to our comments. We won't go through all those changes now, as Tom alluded to them during his presentation, but we'd be happy to address any questions you may have on them. The Wetland Study Council, we met on May 20th, 2021. We passed a motion to express our overall support of the department's Chapter NR 350 rule proposal, with the caveat that the discussion continue between the Wetland Council and department through the process of governor review, legislative review, and approval of Chapter NR 350, implementation of Chapter NR 350, and the drafting of guidance and templates to clarify the process and requirements for potential project sponsors and participants. Consequently, we have a lot more to do on this and look forward to working with the department and continue our collaborative approach on mitigation program improvement. So thank you for your time. Let us know if you have any questions, and if not, I'm going to get back out fishing.
Just let us know where that spot might be, if you could.
Yeah, okay.
Any questions for Tim or Tracy? Hearing none, thank you. Terry?
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to express a thank you to Tim and the committee for the great work that they are doing. This is a very, very important issue, both in terms of maintaining our wetlands and restoring our wetlands, and working in collaboration with the real estate industry and development of our communities. If we don't have any growth, we have a problem, because the only way we're going to be able to maintain any reasonable level of taxation on property is by growth. And so it's always a very difficult, challenging time when a developer comes in and wants to develop a parcel and they can't do it because of wetland issues that can stall a project for months, if not years. And so with this new wetlands regulations moving forward, it will greatly achieve a whole bunch of objectives here, protecting our wetlands, restoring our wetlands, and allowing growth at the same time. That's a very difficult game to play, and to try to get cooperation from everybody, including the department, is a great achievement. So my hats off to the council and to the department for working together to moving this thing forward. Thank you.
I think it's Terry. Tom, want to come back up, please? Any questions for Tom before we move this item?
Yeah.
Bill?
You know, Terry is all about real estate development, and I'm all for that too. But I know in 1985, when we had the Swamp Buster, Sod Buster Act at federal level go through, it really changed how we approached farming. You couldn't touch that acre of wetland for no reason. So I'm wondering, under this wetland mitigation program, if there is a way for a farmer who's got a couple acres, maybe it's in the middle of a nice 40-acre field that's considered wetland, does that farmer have any recourse or opportunity with this wetland mitigation program?
Yeah, thanks, Bill. If such a landowner needed to mitigate wetlands because of any development they were doing, they would have the same free alternatives that all other permittees have for mitigation.
Okay. So if you don't replace that acre of wetland with a couple acres from someplace else, what is the cost? You can pay directly, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is there a standard cost, or is there a scale, or how does that work?
Yeah, so for privately operated mitigation banks, those owners of the banks set their own prices, so that they're free market prices. And we don't have data on what those costs are, but somewhere in the ballpark of $80,000 per acre for starting. And then for our in lieu fee program, the credit prices are on our website, and depending on what watershed of the state you're in, they range from about $90,000 to $120,000 per acre of impact.
Well, $80,000 an acre, a farmer isn't gonna do that to grow corn, so
But the farmer is able to mitigate 2 to 1 on their own property and upland property. Is that true?
So they are able to complete an on-site mitigation project if they choose, and they propose that, and the Army Corps and the DNR approve that approach.
So there are options for a farmer to take existing land that he already has and convert it to wetland.
But to pay for, that's gonna be out of reach for agriculture.
Well, to buy the bank at 90,000 acres is when the land's worth 4,000, absolutely.
But the value of a wetland on a farm could be considered as well, right? In our area where it's flooding
Oh,
and things like that. but
I'm all about
Yeah,
preserving
Tracy pointed
wetlands.
out, okay.
No argument there.
Tell Walmart that. Okay, any questions? Put a motion on the floor, please.
I move to approve.
Second. There's a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carries, Cheryl. Next item, request adoption of emergency board order WY 2620E, proposed sale rules affecting chapter NR 114, 146, 524 to allow for third-party administration of operator certificate, well drilling or pump installation license, and landfill operation examinations, operator examinations. Good evening. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, board members, Chairman Crane and Secretary Cole. My name is Steve Geis. I'm the Section Chief for Certification Services. I'm in the Bureau of Environmental Analysis and Sustainability. So we are here today to request your approval of our final emergency draft rule. So that's where we are in the process, and a little bit of background. So each year we provide roughly 3,000 exams to operators, these groups listed here, which equates to about 1,500 operators. And we do that through 2 large group sessions each year in May and November. And we do that at 6 locations throughout the state. Since COVID, we've been offering small group exams every 2 weeks. And we ask that operators apply for an urgent need, and this can be related to a job promotion or applying for a new job, and that equates to about 500 operators since we started doing that. So we likely have about 1,500 operators out there patiently waiting to take an exam. So our rule revision proposal is to allow online exams. Working through a third-party vendor to proctor these sessions. And these exams can be scheduled as needed 6 days a week, either through a PSI testing site, and there are 7 of them located throughout the state, or they could do this from their own computer or from a public computer or from a work computer, as long as that computer has a webcam and a microphone. And we wrote into the rule also this flexibility that DNR would continue to offer proctored exams on a limited basis. And the idea is that we would do that if the operator demonstrated some kind of hardship that they just could not take an online exam. I shared with you back in February, there were public comments related to our scope statement. Overall, there is support for this change. There was one comment against a standardized test, and that's not going to be a situation. We are sharing our state-specific exams with the vendor, so that's not an issue. There was one concern, although supportive, but to keep fees low, and the part of the rule addressing fees says that a third-party vendor could charge fees to cover their cost of administering the exam. So in looking at our fees and how we compare it to our neighboring states, the blue bars right here are the current situation. As you can see, we are the lowest among our neighbors at $25 for a wastewater or drinking water exam. The orange bars are adding in the third-party vendor fees. I included Indiana and Ohio because they are the other 2 states that are currently using the same vendor that we're looking at using. And hopefully these increase in costs are offset by the convenience of being able to schedule this exam any day of the week, and not having to wait up to 6 months to take an exam. And also, they're going to see savings in travel costs, not having to go to a proctored session. So that's all I have, unless you have questions for me.
Any questions for Steve?
Move to approve.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Steve. Next one, request the board to consider legislative modification of Board Order EA 1418 rules, proposed rules affecting chapters NR 130, 131, 132, 182 related to non-ferrous metallic mining activities. This is a little different. Dave, are you going to explain to us how this is coming back and
Yes,
the
I will.
process? Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Prane, members of the board, Secretary Cole. It's sure nice to see you in person. I'm Dave Siebert. I'm the Division Administrator for External Services at DNR, and here to present on a kind of a unique package, as the chair pointed out. Someone move it forward. Oh. I will go back to the beginning. I apologize. We are seeking board adoption of modifications. We brought this package to the board in January of 21. It was approved by the board. So we're still at that step in the process. Push the right arrow. Again, a reminder, the package of rules that we're talking about are for regarding non-ferrous mining in the state of Wisconsin. So since 2021, January, when the board approved, the department forwarded to the governor's office, forwarded to the legislature. The matter was taken up in 2 standing committees in the legislature, and the assembly committee requested some changes. The process requires us to either send a letter saying we would consider or would not consider. We sent that letter to that committee saying that we would consider changes, and I'm going to present those to you today. It comes around an area that we had a lot of conversation in January, definition of areas that are unsuitable for prospecting or mining in chapters 131 and 132. And here is the change. It is a renumbering of a section to add clarity to what areas are considered unsuitable. And this was the specific language that was requested by the Assembly Committee. We responded that we would consider that change, and I'm bringing it forward to you today. It occurs here in NR 131, and it's the exact same language in NR 132. With that, glad to answer any questions you might have.
So Dave, process is the board approves this change, then it goes back to the governor and then
That's
put in
correct.
place. Does it go back to legislative review again, or are they signed off?
I'll defer to Cheryl on that, but I believe that's the case.
It would go back to legislative review again, and we would inform the legislature of the amendment that was made that was requested by the Assembly Committee.
Okay, any questions, board members, on process here? It's a little bit different. Bill?
Just a quick question, David. As I recall back in January, this language reflects our discussion and our decision back then, and we're only changing a number or an ordering in the paragraphs. I can't help but ask myself, is this really necessary?
Well,
What makes it important?
the Assembly Committee asked us to make this change. We feel like it maybe better tracks the statute, even though I think our presentation to you in January was that it did track the statute. This is a better tracking. It keeps the same meaning as Larry Lynch and I testified to you in January. This is the same thing. We felt like that was a change that, of course, we could make that change and move it forward.
Tomatoes and tomatoes, Bill.
Yes.
Terry?
Dave and I had a lengthy conversation about this.
I'll bet.
And I beg the board's indulgence on questions that I've asked Dave and provided. I mean, he provided great answers. but I think the public needs to know that the board continues to have concerns about this proposed rule. So my questions are, and I gave Dave a copy of this, so he's well prepared to answer. Number one, does the department have the staff and expertise to perform the duties and requirements of these proposed rules?
Yes.
Number two, does the department have the ability to recover the cost of the permitting process, administrative and reclamation stipulated in these proposed rules from the user? In other words, that the taxpayers aren't paying for this stuff.
Yes, we do. And I'm sorry, Terry, to be flipping on the first answer. We have the technical expertise within the agency. If a project were to come in, as we do on any major project, we may have to reprioritize people's work to bring the necessary experts to the review. And then that gets into your second question. The statutes and the administrative code provide for a mechanism for the department to seek reimbursement for all time and money spent on the review, including the environmental impact statement, which is a separate process from the mining permit process. There is a cost recovery mechanism built into that as well.
The third question is the department fully convinced that the financial stipulations of the reclamation process fully protect the citizens and taxpayers of Wisconsin, as well as complete the reclamation process and protect adjoining property owners and the natural resources of the state of Wisconsin?
Again, the answer is yes. The legislature in the statute established the types of financial instruments that can be used to establish that kind of surety bonds or other methodologies. We have a process built into this administrative code for the technical elements that go into those reclamation plan reviews. This is standard practice in the industry, standard practice in the landfill design industry for having some sort of surety that the projects are going to continue to run as they are through time.
My last question is, how can the operator project successful reclamation plans for a period of between 40 and 250 years after closure, and the department approval plan for up to 250 years?
Well, Terry, after you asked that question, I went through the rule to see where is that language, the 40 and 250. It appears in a couple of spots. The 250 number gets at some groundwater modeling and how to run models in terms of predicting what the groundwater is going to do over a long period of time. The legislature established that number, and it's somewhat standard practice within the industry. I think though where you might have specifically been looking at is in the reclamation plan, and it's in 132. It also occurs in NR 182, having to do with design of the engineered cover and any water management conveyances. So it could be stormwater ponds, ditches, those kinds of mechanisms. They're standard engineering practice that the design engineers use, that our people would review. And so that's the long term. We want to make sure the cap on a landfill, in this case, is going to be there for a long time. Standard ways that the engineers do that review. And then there's built into this, let's have costs built into that financial instrument. If there's something that goes wrong with the cap, can a third party go in and fix the cap? So it isn't the whole reclamation plan. This is very specific to engineered covers and water conveyances.
I do want to thank Dave and his department for, again, coming back and answering my questions and taking the time to do it, because this is a very, very important part of this process. Thank you, Dave.
Is there a motion, Terry?
Yes.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Second. Any discussion now on this modification? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Dave. Next one, request adoption emergency order FH 0721E, proposed rules affecting chapter NR 20 and 25 related to fish harvest in Lake Superior. Brad Ray.
Chair Prane, Secretary Cole, members of the Natural Resource Board. My name is Brad Ray, and I'm the Lake Superior Fisheries Team Supervisor out of Bayfield. Today, I'm here to request adoption of FH 0721E. which is just maintaining the Cisco and lake trout quotas and associated regulations that were included in the emergency rule FH12-FH1220E, and the permanent, or from December 8th, and the permanent rule FH1020 from April 14th. Next slide, please. So just where we are with the permanent rule is that we have are in a legislative review from the permanent rule that was passed by the board in April. And this rule is just to keep regulatory consistency during the remaining season, since we had the emergency rule in place at the beginning of the season. The legislative review is still going on in the permanent rule to keep regulatory consistency. And I think the next slide is just if you guys have any questions.
Any questions, Terry?
Yeah, Brad, how come you didn't come down to visit us?
Terry, I really wanted to, but I took the time to say, hey, it's really nice up in Bayfield right now. I think I'll stay up here and enjoy the nice weather and minimize my drive time.
We could probably glad he's not in the back of a 21-foot Boston whaler fishing lake trout while he's zooming in. Thank you, Brad. Any other questions for Brad? Need a motion for the floor? Move approval. Is there a second? Support. Any debate? Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. We did get written testimony from Tony from the Wisconsin Congress. Next item is request adoption of Board Order FH0820, proposed rules affecting Chapter NR20 related to fishing guide licenses and reporting requirements. We're up that far, right? I believe we are. Yep. Tom.
Yes, good morning. So today, yes, Chairman Preen and Secretary Cole, members of the board, thank you for having me. I'm going to be speaking today about the proposed rules affecting fishing guide licensing and reporting requirements for Great Lakes fishing guides. Next slide, please. So where we're at in this process, we've gone through all the scoping and the draft economic impact analysis and the reviews. And I might add, we've had very good public support throughout this process, as well as in our past use of NR 20.65 to require reporting. So we're at the stage where we're requesting today adoption of the final draft rule. Next slide, please. So the purpose of this rule is to improve. The purpose of this rule is to improve NR 20.65, which requires Great Lakes fishing guides to report as specified by the department. What this does is clarify who reports, what they report, and how they report, and includes a good number of new definitions as well. We're going to use electronic reporting to gather data, and the use of the electronics reporting allows us to better manage game fish species. For example, if we were going to use this information from Lake Superior, it might help with administration of Lake Superior fishing agreement. It's important also for quantifying effort and harvest on critical and emerging sport fisheries. But as well, we've used this in Green Bay to collect information on the whitefish fishery in the past from guides. And that also supports our modeling and our commercial fishing needs as well. So it's another component of that. Next slide, please. So rule definitions are also included in this rule. Things like we've defined fishing guide, we've defined fishing trip, we've defined what it means to assist, direct, and guide. We've defined electronic guide reporting system. And what this does, the definitions really help clarify who is considered a fishing guide, what activities are considered to be guiding, and what is considered a fishing trip, and of course the mechanism for reporting. We've done a little bit with Great Lakes definitions as well, grouping existing definitions for Great Lakes, such as grouping the definition of Green Bay and its tributaries and Lake Michigan and tributaries. And we've created a definition for Lake Superior. And what that does is it helps the guide determine if I'm guiding in Green Bay, what defines Green Bay? If I'm guiding here, do I have to report? Next slide, please. general rules in this new proposed rule. They require guides to report in waters of the Great Lakes, of course, and for species annually designated by the department. For example, one year, this coming year, if we were to adopt this rule, we may require Green Bay ice fishermen to report, ice fishing guides, excuse me, to report. Or we may require guides in Lake Superior to support. And this really allows us to have a lot of flexibility with the rule to annually determine our needs and who we would like to report. And it's also less onerous on the guiding community as well. If we do not need the information, we will not ask them to report. The rules also describe information to be contained in the report. Really, in our the original NR 20.65, that was really lacking. There really was not a lot of definition in what is required to be reported. Next slide, please. We have defined the reporting methods. As I mentioned, electronic reporting would be required. And it would be required within 1/2 hour of the completion of the fishing trip. As well, fishing trip is as I mentioned, there's a definition for that. We've also accounted for the fact that if electronic reporting system is not functional, or the guides for some reason could not connect to the internet, reporting could be on department furnished forms. And also the guide could go back and enter that information retroactively into the electronic guide reporting system. So we're allowing for some flexibility here, if a system were not functional for some reason. Next slide, please. The other thing the rule does is allows for group reporting. So we're going to, account for multiple guides involved in a single fishing trip and allow one guide in that group to submit a report on behalf of that entire group of guides. So it gives the guides that flexibility if they're working, as a team of guides. And we also allow guide license employers with this rule to submit reports on behalf of employees, and they would be they would be authorized annually to do so. However, I'd like to add that the employers would not be required to do this for their employees, but they could choose to do so. And I believe this is my final slide. So next slide, please. And I would be happy to take any questions.
Good written testimony from Tony Blatter. Thank you, Tom. Any questions for Tom? Bill?
So you're requiring that they let you know within a 1/2 hour of the completion of that particular fishing expedition. Can you explain the reason for that? Do you analyze that data then on a daily basis to make changes in what?
So that's a very good question, and thank you for that. Yeah, we've talked about this a lot, and really, we have defined fishing trip, and I believe fishing trip is defined as when they're off. I can't remember if it's they're off the ice or not, or like if they're ice fishing. I think it's when they're back to the landing. But no, we don't necessarily analyze the data on a daily basis. However, giving this requirement to get that data entered on a paper form or whether it be electronically within a 1/2 hour, assures us that the guide's going to actually get that data in, and it's actually kind of mirrors. I believe it mirrors and I could defer to Brad Eggold. I think he's in the room there. I believe it mirrors what happens with the charter fishing industry and their reporting as well. So we kind of wanted to mirror what was going on with the charter and the sport trolling industry with their reporting.
But I just noticed that comparisons of similar rules in adjacent states, Minnesota, they're required to submit a report monthly.
Right, and there's you could approach it in numerous ways. However, with electronic reporting, we do not believe it would be too onerous on the guides to report daily.
See, Tom, the only feedback I got was the only negative I received was similar. They stated that in some of the zones up in Lake Superior and Lake Michigan that, you're a half an hour and some people want to abide by the rules right to the letter. And this is going to be difficult. Maybe on my phone for sure. You want to get back to their house, have a cup of hot chocolate or whatever, and type it in their computers, and they'd be breaking the rule if they do that. I don't see any reason why you can't have it midnight that night or 24 hours or something, because, right now, if you have a rule follower and they get off the water, they got to, within 30 minutes, they got to get it on. It may not be a big deal, but when you're talking or socializing or going to dinner with their guides, with their clients afterwards, they're violating. They're not getting it done. Or they're taken away from the relationships that are being built on the water. But excuse me, I got to go step by and put my report together. I just think the half an hour is crazy. And I agreed with the people that complained to me up north that there's no reason for it. 24 hours or that midnight by that night is more than adequate for this resource that we're trying to protect with this rule.
Thank you for that comment, Dr. Preenan. I think that's definitely some parameters that we could work within.
Any questions? Let's get a motion on the floor. We can do something with it if we want to. Is there a motion to put this on the floor? FH 08820. Move your second. On the floor as presented. Debate.
I'm for amending it to a 24-hour notice. If we don't need that for some kind of cutoff on quotas or something, there's no reason that a half an hour should be there.
I'll support Gaz's.
Okay, we have an amendment on the floor to change it to the 24-hour reporting period instead of 1/2 hour.
It just seems like it's an invasive rule, the way it's set up, and I think we can accomplish the same thing and relax that requirement somewhat.
Terry?
Tom, does that pose a problem for you or the department?
I definitely think it's something that we could work with and come up with a solution to, have reporting extended and not within the half hour.
Thank you.
Darcy.
Was it considered during the public testimony questions? During the public hearing for the rule, did that come up officially by?
Yes, thank you. It did not come up at the hearing.
But you've heard before that 24 hours mean?
I believe we excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry. I believe we discussed extended period when we were discussing during the rulemaking process.
Okay, thank you.
Bill?
Tom, I'm interested in how an amended proposal here would match up with what we're doing with charter captains and commercial fishermen on reporting.
Okay, commercial, Brad is in the room and I think he knows a little bit more about charter than I do. Obviously, he's done it a long time, but commercial fishing I can speak to. The commercial fishermen are of course required to at least get their report in. They're required to get the report in before they reach the dock. So they're required to do so immediately, before they reach the dock, have an estimated weight recorded, whether that's in the electronic system, on paper currently. Either way, they are required to have that entered before they reach port. And then they have until 11:59 to get their information into either the electronic reporting system, or if they're choosing to do their paper reporting, then of course they still have to have it on paper, but they have 2 weeks to submit that. And I believe for the charter industry, they are required to when they reach the port, I believe, and within a half hour. And Brad is in the room and he could definitely answer that better than I can.
Brad, are you on Zoom?
Brad's back here.
He's in the room.
I thought you're up there with your buddy on Bayfield.
He was hiding in the corner.
Okay, Brad, go ahead, chime in.
Yeah, on the charter fishing, they have to report some segment of their report within a half hour of completing the trip. And then they have until 11:59 to complete the trip on paper, and that's sent in monthly. So going along those two types of fishery by 11:59 of the day of the fishing is what they have to have final reporting on.
Thank you, Brad. Any more discussion on the amendment? Let's vote. All in favor of the amendment to go 24 hours after a trip, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Okay, amendment carries. Now we have the full motion as amended on the floor. Any more discussion on the full motion? All in favor of the full motion as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next item, request adoption of Board Order FH 0920, proposed rules affecting Chapter NR 20 related to fishing regulations on inland, outline, and boundary waters, the 2021 Fisheries Management Spring Hearing Rule. Meredith, welcome. We have one speaker on this tonight.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Prane, members of the board, and Secretary Cole. My name is Meredith Penthorne, and today I'm the Fisheries Management Policy Specialist. And today we are asking for adoption of our 2021 Spring Hearings Rule. Oh, went too far. Nope, that's so too far. You need to go back. Yeah, oh, what is going on with this thing? Okay, there we go. So we are asking for final adoption of this permanent rule today. We've gone through all the other processes. And so for our overall input, we did get support of all 23 of our rule questions, both statewide and then in the vast majority of counties to which the questions applied. There is one exception, which I'll go over briefly in a future slide. And then as we saw during the NRB meeting for hearing authorization for this rule, we did add some language on incidental take of carp during the Winnebago sturgeon spearing season. And that was publicly supported both statewide and in the applicable counties as well. Okay, so for a brief discussion on some of our questions, our first two questions were statewide in nature. They both applied the ceded territory walleye regulation of the 15-inch minimum length limit and protected slot of 20 to 24 inches and 1 over 24 inches allowed for harvest. So the first question applied that regulation to waters across 6 different counties in northern Wisconsin to increase population density of walleye as well as protect young walleye. And then the second question applied the ceded territory regulation to Escanaba Lake, which is a research lake in northern Wisconsin. And this also applied an interesting season structure whereby the season would begin on the second Saturday in June and then run until an annual quota in pounds of walleye was reached. And the purpose is to test the walleye population response on Escanaba Lake to the ceded territory regulation and overharvest. And by response, I mean, how does it impact the abundance and recruitment of walleye? And so moving on to some of our local questions. Try that again. Nope. Not having good luck with this clicker today. There we go. So I just want to highlight our trout catch and release questions. So one of these applied the early trout catch and release season to several different streams in northern and central Wisconsin to create additional fishing opportunity for anglers. And then the second question removed the late trout catch and release season to improve consistency and season structure with similar streams in the region. And this was the question 18, applying the early catch and release season to the Popple River was not supported among Forest County residents. That was the only exception. But as you can see here on the slide, 18 were in support and 20 people were against. And so among recreators, there's a much bigger margin in favor. So we did ultimately decide to advance that. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. And we are asking for adoption of this rule.
We have one public appearance. Meredith, stay close. Tony Blatter Phillips, representing Wisconsin Conservation Congress, WCC, as their chair. I'd like to weigh in on this issue. Hello, Tony.
Good morning. Chair Prane, Secretary Cole, members of the board. The Wisconsin Conservation Congress District Leadership Council met on June 9th to discuss feedback from the 11 districts related to the 2021 spring hearing input received from the public. We are pleased to testify today in support of the DNR's advancement of all of their spring hearing proposed rule changes, and we encourage you to approve this rule package. The spring hearing process is the traditional means of gaining broad public input on these proposals, and all of these proposals were supported by a hefty margin. We appreciate the time and effort put in by fisheries staff to do such thorough work putting together these proposed rule changes, and we encourage you to approve these items. And thank you for your consideration.
Any questions for Tony? So Meredith, could you summarize for the public exactly, if this rule is passed, how it affects the walleye fishing in the ceded territory? Is it going to affect soon, or how does it work?
Yeah, the rule will go into effect. We're looking at April 1st of 2022. So we still have a while to go. We have legislative review and governor's approval. So there will be a bit of a waiting period before this is actually in effect. And then we'll announce the change via news releases and other communications in the vicinity, so people are well aware of the change.
So what are you expecting with this slot limit you're proposing? Is this going to be across all the northern lakes that you talked about? And is Canada put this in, I know, in Ontario many years ago? Do you expect to have a lot of fish under 15 caught, like people are complaining about in some of these ceded territory lakes that they're fishing on? It's always, I get 14-inch walleyes all the time. I can't get 15-inch. Where some of the slot limits you hear around the Midwest, you can keep a small walleye if you want to. So what are you expecting to gain? What are the biologists expecting to gain out of this change from the walleye bag limit?
Yeah, so for the first question, applying the ceded territory regulation across all those waters in northern Wisconsin, the current regulation is a daily bag limit of 3, and then only 1 may be over 14 inches. And so the protected slot limit will really help protect smaller walleye so that they can mature, and then also increase the overall population density. And this is a regulation that's been broadly utilized across the ceded territory already. So just in light of certain areas where there's been a slight decline in walleye, this will really help bolster the population.
Any questions for Meredith? Cass?
We streamlined some of the catch and release seasons on trout. Is there a tremendous amount of mortality from catch and release that you were concerned about by removing some of those seasons?
Yeah, so that question to remove the late catch and release season, it's not a very broadly utilized season across the state. And then in addition, a lot of anglers are not really taking advantage of it anyway. So it was mainly to decrease regulatory complexity so people are aware of a more consistent season framework, as well as, since we were implementing the early catch and release season on many of the same waters, it would provide the same level of fishing opportunity, just with a more understandable season framework.
Well, we could have gone the other way too, and added the late season to everybody also. So that's my question, is why wouldn't we have went the direction of adding more opportunity? Was there some other factor like mortality or something like that?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, from what I understand from the biologist that proposed the question, it was just an underutilized season. There was some confusion with, especially waters that had both the early and late season already, that catch and release was open all year, which is not what we want. So it just helped to reduce some confusion there.
Any more discussion? All in favor of FH 0920, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Did we have a motion?
I thought we had a motion before.
I'll
No.
move.
Terry.
Second.
Second. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Now motion carries. Request adoption of Board Order FH 2519, proposed rules affecting Chapter NR 20 related to Minocqua chain walleye harvest regulations. John Vizek.
Good morning, Secretary Cole, Chair Prane, members of the board. I'm John Kubishik. I'm a supervisor in our treaty fisheries program out of the Rhinelander office. And I'm here today to talk about a walleye rule for the Minocqua chain. Minocqua chain is a 6-lake chain in Oneida County. And I'm primarily talking about the 3 largest lakes on the chain: Tomahawk, Minocqua, and Kawagasaka. Next slide, please. I'm going to start with a little background and some of the need for the rule. And until the early 2000s, walleye did really well on the Minocqua chain. Tomahawk was primarily a stocked fishery, but Minocqua and Quagga showed moderate levels of natural reproduction, but really good survival to larger sizes, and had a pretty nice fishery out there until the early 2000s when we saw it start to decline. Next slide. So this is a graph of fall electrofishing catch of young of year walleye on the chain. A young of year fish is approximately 5 to 8 inches in length, and it's got 1 summer of growth under its belt. And so each bar in the graph represents a survey on one of the 3 main lakes, and the height of the bar is the catch of young walleye per mile of shoreline. So a couple things about this graph. You kind of see in the left side, even when walleye were doing well, see a lot of variability, a lot of up and down year to year. And that's actually fairly normal for fish populations to have really strong year classes followed by poor year classes. But then you get to, just after 2000 and that good natural reproduction, you have kind of a 5-year lag of poor reproduction. And then after about 2005 or 2006, essentially we've been at near zero for natural reproduction of walleye on the chain. So really a dramatic shift in what we saw out there. Next slide. So I want to point out that this walleye rule change is not the only thing we're doing out there. We implemented a no minimum on bass to allow anglers to harvest a potential competitor on the chain. We've been stocking extended growth walleye since about 2012. And one of our partners in this, Walleyes for Tomorrow, placed several spawning reefs on Minocqua to help increase spawning habitat on the chain. And we've dramatically increased the number of surveys and the amount of monitoring we do. Next slide. So since 2014, we've had a partner group out there. And so it's consisted of the 3 lake associations. And then Wisconsin Valley Improvement Company owns a dam on Quagga that regulates water on the chain. The Lactoflammable Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa, the Great Lakes Indian Fish and Wildlife Commission, the local chapter of Walleyes for Tomorrow, and of course the department. And in 2015, this group wrote a walleye rehabilitation plan for the chain, and we set out a number of goals. Next slide. So our goals for the chain consisted of reestablishing adult populations. We'd seen a decline in our adults out there, and we wanted to provide a spawning population. We wanted to potentially restructure the fish community. So by having this low abundance of walleye, it allowed other fish species to take off and provide competition and predation potentially on the walleye. So by improving the walleye numbers, it would hopefully decrease the numbers of bluegills and crappies and bass and things like that might be competing with them. Another goal was limited harvest opportunity after 5 years. We wanted to see multiple year classes in the adult population. So not just one good year class and nothing else, but a number of good year classes coming up. And we wanted to see natural reproduction return with a benchmark of about 15 young of year per mile in at least 2 of 5 years. Next slide. So this is similar to the previous slide I showed of young of year walleye. This is our age 1 catch. So these are fish that have now made it through 2 years of growth, not just 1 year. And similar to the previous graph, each bar is the catch on one of the lakes. The height of the bar is the number of these age 1 walleye per mile of shoreline. So these are 8 to 10 inch fish. They've made it through 2 summers of growth. And what we find is that when we stock the larger extended growth walleye, we stock them after the fall survey. So they don't show up as young of year, but they show up as 1-year-olds the following year. And so instead of having a big blank on the right side of the graph, we have these stocked fish showing up. So this shows us that stocked fish are working. They're replacing what used to be produced by natural reproduction. And it really at a pretty similar level to what we saw in the 1990s when walleye were doing well out there. Next slide. This graph shows our population estimates on the chain. So the number of adult walleye per acre of water. And I combined Minocqua and Quagga because those two lakes really run pretty similar to each other. We set a 3 per acre goal on these lakes for walleye. And as you can see, in the 1990s, we were well above that goal. And then we saw this fairly dramatic dip in the 2009 and 2015 surveys. And then with stocking kicking in by 2019 and 2021, in those surveys, we were back up to above 3 per acre again. So it shows that the adult fishery has responded and increased again. But I also separated out the males and the females in these graphs. And so the females are the dark bar at the top, and the males are the hash mark portion at the bottom. And so, again, in the 1990s, when walleye were doing well out there, we saw about 2 to 5 males for every female in the adult population. And that completely flipped around to where we're currently seeing 2 to 3 females for every male in the population. And so this has changed, and we attribute it to a change in our recruitment to hatchery fish. And we've recently found, just in the last 2 years, really, we're finding that our hatchery fish last year were about 80% female. So when we're stocking these fish that for some unknown reason are mainly female, and we're seeing that show up in the adult population. So we're not sure what this, if this is a problem, what problem it might pose for natural reproduction, but it certainly isn't what we see in natural lakes. The results in 1992 and 1998, where we have a strongly male-dominated fishery, that's what we see in most of our natural reproduction lakes. And this female domination is a concern. We're not sure what it means, but it's definitely a concern. Next slide. So tomahawk, I graphed separately because tomahawk was, even when walleye were doing well out there, was supported by stocking. And so we had that 3 per acre goal on Minocqua and Quagga, and it's 2 per acre on tomahawk. And what we found in our 2021 survey, we actually found the highest adult population that we've seen out there over the last 30 years. So again, those stock fish are, especially on tomahawk, are really showing up well. And on tomahawk, the 2021 sex ratio was more like normal. We had 1.3 males per female. So at least close, a little better than 50-50. So how are we doing? Let's go to the next slide. I'm going to show you again those goals for a rehabilitation plan. We've reestablished those adult population, met the 3 per acre and 2 per acre goals, and that is providing a potential spawning population. We're not sure if we've restructured the fish community. That's probably a slower process. And we're not opening it up to limited harvest. So we're not meeting that stated goal. We do have multiple year classes showing up in those adult populations, but we're not meeting the natural reproduction goal. And then we have this new potential issue that's kind of emerged in the last couple of years that we're not sure what it means, but it's definitely a red flag of these balanced sex ratios. Next slide. So today I'm asking for approval to adopt a draft rule so it can be forwarded to the governor and the legislature. Next slide. And so you may remember the board originally approved 5 years of catch and release on the chain. And Lac du Flambeau has agreed, while we have no angler harvest on the chain, they're also not harvesting. That's been extended twice by emergency rules. And so today we're asking the board to approve our partner group recommendation, which is to extend this catch and release through the full 10 years of the plan through 2025. And then in May of 2025, we have a sunset clause where we implement a very restrictive slot regulation of an 18-inch minimum, but walleye from 22 to 28 inches may not be kept. And that goes with a 1 fish daily bag limit. Next slide. Thank you.
Any questions for John? Extending Minocqua to 10 full years. Cass?
So if we put a sunset at 5 years instead of 10, so that we could come back and get this report and see what the progress is? Would that be a problem on your end?
So we're already into this several years.
5-6 years.
Yeah, so we've already passed 5 years. I believe at going into year 7 here. And so, 2025 is a little less than 4 years away.
Okay, so you're just looking for it not to extend beyond 2025 then?
Correct. May of 2025, we're proposing to open harvest.
Okay, thank you.
Terry.
I need a little education. It seems as if we're struggling with this male-female thing. What's the optimum from the biologist in the department of what that split should be? Because it seems to be a challenge for us. And that's my number one question. And my number two question is, I think Johnny made the comment that from our fisheries that we're stocking, we're getting a substantial imbalance between male and female.
Yeah, those are great questions. So we're not sure, what the impact of sex ratio is on spawning. We know what we see in adult populations, but I can't tell you if that's optimal or if that's just an artifact of what the population is doing. The reason we see these male-dominated sex ratios in strong natural reproduction waters is because the males mature 1 to 2 years before the females. So you have these young year classes of abundant males, and the females are out there. They're just not adults this year. They're not spawning, so they're not part of the mix. And so that causes the males to numerically dominate the females. But then for some reason, and again, we're looking into this, but we're not sure why in our hatcheries that we're producing more females than males. And the other interesting thing to me is that, so we're stocking tomahawk in even numbered years, and Minocqua and Quagga in odd numbered years. So it's the same hatcheries producing the same fish, but they're not stocked in the same years. And it kind of suggests that tomahawk, the fish they happen to get in those even numbered years, were maybe more balanced on the sex ratio than the fish in the odd number years that went into Minocqua and Quagga, because tomahawk has a more balanced sex ratio. So it's probably not the same sex ratio coming out of the hatchery every year, but it is overall being dominated by females. And like I said, we're not sure what the cause is, and we're not sure what the problem is, or if it is a problem, but it's certainly not what we see in natural populations. And I'm sorry, what was your second question?
I'm confused with what your answer was to begin with.
Okay.
I guess, John, what are you trying to achieve if we're in the hatchery stage and we're not getting what our objective is, but we haven't determined what the objective's going to be on that female male issue? How do you attack the problem?
Well, you find out what the cause is, right? But we just started measuring the sex ratio coming out of the hatchery the last 2 years. And so 2 years ago, we only looked at a handful of fish and found out that the sex ratio was off. Last year, we looked at a more substantial sample from our 2 main walleye hatcheries in the north and found about 80% of those fish were females and about 20% were either males or unknown sex. So yeah, now we know there's an issue.
What's the plan to deal with that?
Well, the plan is to have our hatchery staff and our researchers work together to discover what's going on. We have some ideas about what might be causing it, but we're not sure yet.
Okay.
John, my question I have for you is if the trajectory and the ratios of the female versus male is unchanged till 2025, you're going to sunset a fishery. So the department's basically saying no matter what happens in 3 years, we're going to allow fishing on that chain at that ratio you're suggesting? That's what
the rule is saying, is that we open in 2025. I mean, the angler regulation, if you look at what we're going to actually harvest out there, 18 to 22 inch fish, are primarily females because the females grow faster and get larger than males. So it's going to focus harvest on females, and we certainly have, we have enough fish out there that they should be reproducing. We're just not sure about what the sex ratio issue is on top of whatever other issues are going on in the chain.
Okay. Any other questions for John?
Well, to follow up on that, is it an issue, or have you just observed something different that's not really an issue?
Yeah, and I don't have an answer to that. I mean, it's not what we see in natural populations. It may be a problem. You know, if the fish are normally on the spawning areas and you have a group of 5 males, let's say, around each female, and you flip that around to where the females are more just one male and 2 or 3 females, is that a problem? I can't tell you the answer to that. We're certainly looking into it, but I don't have an answer right now.
All right, thank you.
All right. Is there a motion on the floor?
Question,
I'm sorry.
John, a question. The goal that we're coming up the shortest on up there is natural reproduction. Is there anything going on right now that gives you hope that we're going to see better results in the next 3-4 years if we extend this?
I guess, you know, when we go out there with these fall surveys, we're still seeing naturally reproduced fish, but instead of seeing 10 or 15 for every mile of shoreline, we see, you know, 5 or 10 on the entire lake. And so it's happening, but it's not at a good level. So seeing a couple fish is a whole lot more encouraging than seeing absolute zero, right? But yeah, as far as what's going to turn that around, it's a head scratcher for sure.
Thank you. Is there a motion on the floor, please?
I move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Mr. Secretary, I'd like to address the issue.
Let me remind folks certainly who are tuning in and certainly folks in the room and as well as new members. Wisconsin has a nature-based outdoor economy. And so our fishery staff are uniquely aware of the impact of these types of studies in order for us to follow the science to answer the question. And this board certainly has been understanding of that. So whether we are putting in fish in our big lakes or in our inland lakes, all of this drives the economy in the state of Wisconsin, specifically above Highway 29. That said, it is damn important for this board and the Department of Natural Resources to answer the questions that are laying before us because of the economy around our nature-based outdoor economy. Again, reminding folks that we're number 3 in the nation for out-of-state fishing sales, right? People make their way here from around the country and not from around the world to get to this fishery. And that $10 billion economy is a big deal for folks that have gas stations, restaurants, bars, tackle, all of that drives that economy. So you now begin to see the science and the economy coming together. And so for our fisheries division, our fisheries section, you know, Justine, again, lives in the North Woods. She's uniquely qualified, her and her staff, to understand all of this. So for folks who are watching, this is the culmination of what the DNR's responsibility is to protect this resource and to protect our economy around this particular resource. So I'm proud to say that this board is certainly as, if you need to get out on the big lake to see our stocking regime, if you need to get out on the inland lakes, if you need to sit in on some of those calls that I've sat in on in terms of the chain of lakes in the Minocqua area, please feel free to do so. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other discussion? Very important issue. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you. We'll do one more before we take a morning break. Last action item. Request adoption of emergency board order FH 2920E. Proposed rules affecting chapter NR 20 related to lake trout harvest and season in Lake Michigan. Bradley Eggert.
Hi. Hi again, Chairman Prane, Secretary Cole, members of the Natural Resources Board. I'm Brad Eggert, Great Lakes District Fisheries Supervisor, talking today about lake trout harvest and seasons in Lake Michigan. As a way of review, we had both permanent and emergency regulations over the last 4 years that expanded our lake trout limit from 2 to 5 fish per day. We had a continuous open season and then no possession of lake trout in the mid-lake refuge. This did sunset this January 2021, and that's why we're here before you today. So what has been the harvest of lake trout during this 4-year period? You can see the bars in red showing slight increment increases since 2017, but still below 40,000 fish harvested by our sport fisheries out in Lake Michigan. And this is well below the 82,000 sport harvest limit that's denoted in the red line at the top of the graph. So we're providing opportunity for lake trout harvest at the 5 fish per bag, but we are still well below our sport harvest limit of 82,000 fish. In addition, we continue to look at our lake trout assessment metrics, which are conducted by the state agencies and federal agency partners around Lake Michigan. And we have a lot of lake trout metrics that we look at during these surveys, as you can see on the left-hand side of the table. And for some of these metrics, we are above target, some were at target, and some were below target. So we are definitely inching our way towards lake trout rehabilitation in Lake Michigan, but we're certainly not quite there yet. In addition to these lake trout assessment metrics, we had a group that was working on lake trout modeling, enhanced lake trout population modeling that completed their work in early 2021. That work is now before our Lake Michigan Technical Committee for review on 2 important parts of that model, the model structure and also data inputs. And we hope to have that review completed by midsummer, and results from that modeling work will give us excellent information on biomass, what the spawning biomass is of lake trout, and other metrics that will help us determine the best path forward on lake trout into the future. So for this emergency rule, we're looking to go back to the 5 fish daily bag limit of 5, continuous open season, and no possession of lake trout again in the mid-lake refuge. This would be an adoption of this final draft rule as a last step in the process here on the emergency rule. And what we have moving forward for the permanent regulation, we would look to do the same regulation moving forward. It would come back before the Natural Resources Board, hopefully in October. And then if both are adopted, this rule will be in effect in April of 2022, hopefully providing a continuous 5 fish bag from when this is adopted through the permanent rule in 2021. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions for Brad? Terry?
Brett, thanks for the presentation. So you feel that the continuous open season and the 5 bag limit is a good deal?
Yeah, and it really builds on what Secretary Cole discussed earlier. And when we brought it before the board in 17 and 18, really talked about lake trout fishing opportunities. We've looked at some information, particularly from the charter fishing, where most of the time you're harvesting 1 or 2 lake trout, but there is the opportunity, if they get in lake trout, they can harvest 3 or 4 or 5 per person. Doesn't happen all that often, but it does provide that opportunity when other fish maybe aren't biting to harvest a few more lake trout, and it certainly hasn't impacted lake trout harvest numbers that greatly. But we certainly look at it on an annual basis, and if we need to make an adjustment in 2 or 3 years, we certainly can do that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Brad? Need a motion on the floor? There's a move. Is there a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? Pretty generous, 5 all year. Can't get more than that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We will take a break, reconvene at 10:15 to open forum.
Oh, Lord.
Take a vote on that.
I'd like to read a note, please, before we start open forum. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to give their testimony. Please keep in mind the testimony that threatens, intimidates, or makes disparaging remarks about board members, department staff, or other members of the public is unacceptable, never has been, never will be, and will not be allowed. Our first public appearance is Justin Larecki from NINA regarding the sturgeon management plan. Violence out in the field, free farmland tags. Justin, you have 3 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Preen. Good morning, Secretary Cole and members of the Natural Resources Board. My name is Justin Larecki. I'm from Neenah, Wisconsin. I belong to and I'm active in many organizations, but my comments today are my own and not a reflection of any organization or association. That said, I want to take a moment today to note my appreciation and gratitude for your help in improving the sturgeon management plan. I'm excited to see how much more can be accomplished with this new plan in place. And a special thanks goes out to Justine and Brad for being a wealth of information, answering all my questions, and keeping me in the loop with some of the inner workings and scheduling changes and challenges that happened. In addition, it was nice seeing the sturgeon biologists back out in the field this spring doing their critical assessment and restoration work. Like many others, I was excited to hear the news coming up from the Milwaukee River. Being able to document a returning adult fish that was once raised at River's Edge Streamside Hatchery checks off another box in a long list of accomplishments accomplished by public-private partnerships and gives us all hope that the years of work might be close to paying off. Your efforts to get this work plan approved allowed this great publicity to happen and is greatly appreciated by many. Wisconsin's sturgeon population will continue to benefit from this relentless commitment and focus. I also want to take a minute to thank the department, Jeff Pritzel, and the board for their help on the free farmland tags. Having another tool in the quiver will be a welcome addition to deer management. The ability to provide a different number of free tags for private and public should allow farmland CDECs the ability to work to solve the discrepancy between private and public lands, but more importantly, start to build back the trust with the hunting public that was shattered years ago. It's a small step to some, but it's one in the right direction to build that trust. Your effort to advance this tool are greatly appreciated. Lastly, I'll just end by saying I truly appreciate the opportunity to testify remotely for the comforts of my own home this morning. I hope you continue with this option in the future. So thanks again for all your help over the last few months.
Any question for Justin?
Nice.
Thank you, Justin. Next, we have Jan Schnell from Dairyland, representing Dairyland Veterinary Clinic, Climate Change and Ecological Preparedness. Is Jan on testimony? Jan Shell? There you are, Jan. Hello.
Yes,
Welcome.
I'm Dr. Good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and speak. I'm Dr. Jan Schnell, a veterinarian and a 48-year resident of beautiful wild Wisconsin in the northwest corner. I admire many of the DNR's programs to protect the natural Wisconsin we remember. And I appreciate your avenues for citizen and scientific participation. Our veterinary oath on graduation is to, above all, do no harm. I come today to speak for all our animals, including humans. I bring 4 simple plans for actions to support the DNR mission statements, to protect all Indigenous and non-Indigenous citizens of Wisconsin from climate change and development pressures. Number 1, plan number 1, do not mow, cut, or harvest any leaf, shrub, branch, or tree unless necessary for the common good. Each green thing absorbs carbon dioxide and breathes out the oxygen and fresh air we crave. New planting is too precarious and too slow to replace what we destroy. Number 2, animals should not be inhumanely confined, period. The farms we remember were small, 100 head at most, and offered pasture, hay, protection, clean water, and respect until humane slaughter. The DNR should aggressively forbid unhealthy, confined animal feeding operations, refuse large capacity wells. Dr. Hollenbeck on PubMed states CAFOs are the most likely epicenter of the next pandemic. Number 3, preserve clean drinking water for every Wisconsinite. Already, bottled drinking water is more expensive than gasoline. With pipeline history of oil spills, how can we allow heavy bitumen to cross our wild areas and inevitably pollute our homes and waterways? And more fossil fuels mean more blue-green algae contamination related to increased temperatures. Injection wells, fracking, sulfide, non-ferrous mining, pesticides, industrial and personal waste are all threats.
Jan, you need to wrap it up, please.
And lastly, yes, thank you. And lastly, be aggressively proactive, acting to prevent anticipated problems rather than document test wells or disease clusters years too late. A mission statement to make Gaylord Nelson proud. Wisconsin is not for sale. Preserve what we value most. Thank you for your time, and
Any questions
I
for
wanted
Jan?
to share my concerns.
Thank you, Jan. Any questions for Jan? Hearing none. The board at this time, because I believe the next testimony is going to be directed at a certain board, yours truly, I'm going to hand the gavel over to our vice chair to run that portion of the meeting. Pass over to Cass, please.
So thank you, Chair Preen. I just want to reiterate, as a reminder, each speaker has 3 minutes. Please also keep in mind that testimony that threatens, intimidates, or disparages any individuals, including individual board members, department staff, or other members of the public, is unacceptable and will not be allowed. So let's get started. Lori Lane, Wanakee, representing Sierra Club, Wisconsin chapter.
Thank you for having me. My name is Laura Lane. I am the chair of the Wisconsin chapter of the Sierra Club. I am speaking today on behalf of our 20,000 members across the state who care about protecting our natural resources. I am here to formally share a motion recently passed by our executive committee, which states, Sierra Club Wisconsin chapter opposes Fred Preen staying on the Natural Resources Board beyond his term's expiration and calls on him to step down immediately. Preen was appointed to a 6-year term in 2015. That term has now expired. Governor Evers appointed Sandra D. Nass to take his place. By refusing to graciously and honorably vacate his seat, as his past predecessors have done, Preen is thwarting the will of the people. The people elected Evers and gave him the right to name a new appointee to the Natural Resources Board. Preen is preventing Nass from taking her rightful seat and effectively silencing her voice. This is a despicable political tactic, and it is wrong. Our natural resources are too important to fall victim to politics. Wisconsin has a long history of bipartisan support for our waters and lands. Protecting our natural resources should be above playing political games. Nass is extremely well qualified to serve on the Natural Resources Board. And as the governor's rightful appointee, no one, including Preen, has the right to withhold her seat from her. Again, the the Wisconsin chapter of the Sierra Club calls on Preen to vacate his seat immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. For a little bit of clarification, I'd like our DNR staff attorney to come up and clarify what is the exact law regarding transition on the board.
Thank you, members of the board. Cheryl Heilman, General Counsel. As the board members know, board members are nominated by the governor and serve with the advice and consent of the Senate. The law provides for when a vacancy occurs, and if a vacancy occurs, a member who's been appointed can begin serving immediately upon their appointment. But the Supreme Court has looked at this issue back in the 1960s and ruled that someone who is duly serving, being appointed and confirmed by the Senate, may hold over until their replacement is not only appointed by the governor, but also confirmed by the legislature. So that's what the law allows.
And thank you, Cheryl, for a little clarification before we move on here. So the next speaker is George Meyer. Is George there? Okay, well, we'll come back to George if he's in by the time we finish up here.
There he is.
I'm here. I was muted by the control. And just clarification, my testimony is not aimed at Dr. Preen. Let me just proceed. Chairman Preen, board members, Secretary Cole. Later today, I will present my last testimony to you as Executive Director of the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation. I'd like to thank Lori Ross for her exceptional work as board secretary. Lori is truly an outstanding representative for the department. But a few final words as a citizen. I have worked with the Natural Resources Board for 51 years in many different capacities. I have tremendous respect for the board as an institution. The board's predecessor, the Wisconsin Conservation Commission, was created by the legislature because of an uprising of sportsmen and women in the state in 1926 that were fed up with political management of natural resources by the governor and the legislature. An effort led by great conservationists like Bill Aberg, Haskell Noyes, Aldo Leopold, and others directly led to the election of a conservation reform governor, Fred Zimmerman, and the formation of the Conservation Commission. The creation of the Citizen Commission with easy public access to decision makers is what I believe has led to the strong support of Wisconsin citizens for our natural resources. Public ownership of natural resources is in our citizens' DNA. The roots of the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation came out of this same opposition of sportsmen and women fighting to keep politics out of natural resources management. In the late 1940s, Governor Goodland, who had final sign-off on commission hunting regulations, rejected their proposed deer season regulations at the request of an influential supporter of his. Sportsmen and women had enough. So in 1949, they banded their sports clubs together to create the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation to fight against political natural resource decision-making. Sportsmen and women's opposition to politics and natural resources management remains equally strong today as it did in 1926. They support the board in making science-based natural resource management decisions, but the board seriously risks its credibility and their support when it veers from that principle. Thank you for the work you do and thank you for letting me share some final thoughts.
Thank you, George. It's always good to hear some good things. So, all
Thank you,
right,
George.
next up is Chris Marion.
Hi there, I'm Chris Marion. I'm a county super.
We lost.
All right, I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I'm Chris Marion. I am a county supervisor from Eastern Lafayette County, and though I am by no means here representing the board, I wanted you to know that I do bring a perspective from local government and rural economic development to this meeting. I'm also the founder and a board member of Pecatonica Pride Watershed Association, a farmer-led conservation group working with partners to improve the lower east branch of the Pecatonica River for wildlife and recreation, so we can capture a piece of that $10 billion pie that Secretary Cole mentioned earlier. I appreciate you adding me to your agenda this morning. I know that your time is valuable and that mornings are busy. I'm in the hospitality industry myself, so I understand busy mornings. I make a living renting overnight camping experiences on my small sheep farm. People pay me to spend time in my wetland, watching birds, or in my prairie, following butterflies, or in my pastures, chasing chickens. But my business obviously relies on the health and the beauty of the whole agricultural countryside around me and the streams and rivers that flow through it. I'm in the driftless region. Of course, my community also relies on me. I bring over 700 guests a year into my village of 800, and they eat, shop, and play in all of the small towns nearby. But my customers also go tubing on the Pecatonica, fishing on Gordon Creek, swimming in Yellowstone Lake, and hiking in Governor Dodge. My business and my community need these places to be open and to be well run. So I'm here to plead with you to focus on the business of protecting and promoting our natural assets. I'm specifically here to address the matter of the member that won't vacate an expired seat. I am sure that the esteemed board member with the expired term is a good and an ethical dentist, but it is neither good nor ethical to hold on to an appointment beyond the expectation with which it was accepted. It smacks of the sort of incivility and political gamesmanship we've seen tearing the fabric of democracy at the national level, where the peaceful transfer of power has been disrupted. But Wisconsin is better than that. There was a time not so terribly long ago that Wisconsin was known for a bipartisan agreement that natural resources were worth collaborating on, regardless of what else was happening in the political arena. There was a time when Wisconsin was also known for our pristine natural resources. Now we're known for blue-green algae-covered lakes, docks that no longer stand in their water, beaches that are closed for bacteria, PFAS infiltrating our municipal water supplies, and as in my community in Southwest Wisconsin, polluted private wells. This board will have to answer to our grandchildren for our current reputation.
Chris, your
or
time
turn
is
it
up.
around.
Can you wrap it up?
Getting embroiled in the ugliness of political chess games is no way to repair our reputation. We really can't afford to waste any more time on partisan.
Your time is done. Let's move
Thank you.
on to the next speaker, please. And that will be Paul Collins, Stoughton, representing South.
Good morning. I am a lifelong Wisconsin citizen, veteran, public servant, and wildlife advocate. I'm speaking to you today to express my grave concerns about what appears to be a partisan gamesmanship and yet another divisive power play in our state's governing system. I also wish to speak about the further damage that this behavior is causing to our already battered system of governance and our citizens' faith in our institutions. When someone refuses to step down at the end of their term, it can be described as many things. What it cannot be described as is a form of good and ethical governance. I can count on one hand the number of times that I have found myself aligned with George Meyer on any topic. This is one of them. The Natural Resources Board has managed to function since its inception prior to the expired term chairperson being seated, and it will continue to function long after he vacates. For myself and many others, It is impossible to view this refusal to vacate at the expiration of a term as anything other than a thumb in the eye of basic decency and expected protocol. It also smacks of the same divisive partisan games that have only been amplified over the past decade in our state and country. I, for one, am tired of these games, and I would bet that a vast majority of my fellow citizens are as well. As a citizen that cares about the future of our state, democracy, and ethical governance, I ask that the expired term chairperson step aside and allow Governor Evers' appointee to assume her rightful seat. The peaceful and timely transfer of power is vital to a functioning democracy. Without it, a governing body can no longer claim to be functional. Doing the correct and ethical thing should not be like pulling teeth. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, for your testimony. Next up is Forrest Yankee.
Hello, my name is Forrest Yankee. I'm here in rural Crawford County, Southwest Wisconsin, where my internet is not so great, so I will be off video with you today. Thank you for accepting my comments. I work for an organization called Crawford Stewardship Project as the program coordinator. And over the last few years, we've been a part of successful resolutions, making it all the way through the Conservation Congress process to designate all of Karstick, Wisconsin as sensitive areas, legislative task force hearings on groundwater, and years of clean water. There's been an incredible amount of citizen, expert, and department time and resources spent documenting and explaining the well-known water issues in this state and the fact that current rules do not protect drinking water. And yet, in our work as a nonprofit organization striving to protect water, we've seen less and less help from the DNR in our water quality monitoring, a constantly shifting CAFO permitting team. 8 different people have been in charge of permitting for our region in as many years, and very little or no leadership from the state to protect groundwater in Southwest Wisconsin. When Crawford County's only CAFO applied to expand into the state's largest hog CAFO, the DNR permitting team, without an on-staff hydrologist, did zero analysis of groundwater quantity issues, misconstrued the protectivity of clays and soils in this area, and erroneously labeled the underlying bedrock and suggested that no groundwater monitoring would be needed. There's a desperate need for more staff and funding, as well as authorization to take actions needed so that the DNR can do its job and hold the waters of the state in public trust. At a minimum, it's critical that the DNR is allowed to move forward with the NR 151 rule update as a small step towards addressing some of these issues. Finally, as has been commented on, I will ask that we have a peaceful transfer of power and that Chairman Preen step down to make way for the extremely qualified woman who will take his place, just as his predecessor did for him. Thank you for listening. And also, I want to thank you for hosting this meeting over Zoom. The option for phone or online attendance, COVID or no, makes these meetings much more accessible for those of us who do not live in or near Madison and brings us one small step closer to the environmental justice we all seek. These public fora are invaluable in a world where we have so little real input into the decisions made about how our collective resources are used. So thank you for listening and thank you for your time.
Forrest, thank you for your participation. Next up to speak is Nicholas Christensen.
I would like to thank the Natural Resources Board for having me here today. I'm actually a dentist as well, and I wanted to speak with you because really I think that Fred Preen's behavior has really brought shame to dentists overall in this state. I mean, I think that when the lawyer spoke earlier about—
Can we refrain from disparaging remarks for the rest of your testimony?
I don't think that that mark was disparaging. I mean, we can call behavior and not people shameful, can't we? There's a difference between attacking a person and attacking a person's behavior.
Carry on with, but I will give you out if it continues.
Well, I mean, I think what we're seeing here is an example. Well, you delegitimize public institutions, and what you really do is you hurt that institution. You don't serve it. Someone said earlier that they think that Fred Preen is probably a good or an ethical dentist, but I think if he serves this board like he serves his patient, I've seen no evidence that that may be the case. I think Preen needs to go back to Wausau and try to salvage what's left of his reputation here. This people of the state rejected Preen's leadership when we voted for Tony Evers and elected him.
Removes at this time. I said refrain from the personal attacks, and you continue to do it. So we'll move on to the next speaker. Otis Christensen. Otis, representing himself, are you available? Otis isn't around. We can go back to, if he shows up by the end, Bruno. Bruno, are you available? Okay. Okay. And last one would be Ivan Christensen. Okay, I guess they are no shows. So
we got one more, right? Jan Schnell.
She went first.
We took care of her in the beginning. We put them out of order, Terry.
This concludes our open forum, and I pass the gavel back to Dr. Preen.
Thank you, Kaz. Moving on to letter J, scope statements. Request that the board approve the statement of scope for board order DG 2220 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice and notice of submittal of proposed rules to Legislative Council Rules Clearinghouse for proposed rules affecting chapter NR 811 to update, correct, and clarify existing code requirements and add requirements for new technologies related to the community drinking water systems, sources, source water, quality, storage, treatment, and distribution. Kathy Wunderlich. How are you, Kathy?
Good, thank you.
The floor is yours.
Good morning, Chairman Preen, members of the board, and Secretary Cole. I'm Kathy Wunderlich, the Public Water Engineering Section Chief in the Drinking Water and Groundwater Program. I'm here to request that the board approve the scope statement for Board Order DG 2220 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice and notice of submittal of proposed rules to the Legislative Council Rules Clearinghouse for proposed rules affecting chapter NR 811 to update, correct, and clarify existing code requirements and add requirements for new technologies related to community drinking water systems, the sources, the source water quality, storage, treatment, and distribution. Some background is that NR 811 applies to new community water systems and improvements, the extensions or alterations to existing community water systems. This rule covers the design, maintenance, operation of source water, pumping facilities, treatment, storage, and distribution. Chapter NR 108, Wisconsin Administrative Code, requires submission of plans and specifications to the department for reviewable projects, and those are those that impact the quantity or quality of public drinking water. The primary objectives of this code revision are to correct, clarify, and update the design and construction standards, and address new technologies specific to NSF ANSI Standard 61 certification of all products that come in contact with potable drinking water, groundwater well design, which includes the siting, the construction, rehabilitation, reconstruction or abandonment, groundwater and surface water treatment facility designs, which include construction, reconstruction, treatment technologies, facility layout, equipment, piping, storage, and disposal of waste, finished water storage design, which includes the siting, construction, rehabilitation, reconstruction, and decommissioning, And then distribution and transmission system designs, including separation distances to sources of contamination, installation, construction, location of appurtenances, rehabilitation technologies, testing, and abandonment. A public hearing was held on Monday, June 7th, and there were no written or public comments that were received. And with that, I will take any questions.
Any questions for Kathy? Or Terry?
So Kathy, you had no resistance whatsoever on this.
No.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Very
Smooth
good.
sailing so far.
Thank you.
That means you can make a motion, we can get this passed.
Sure. Move.
So move your second.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Request the board approve statement of scope, board order DG 2520, and conditionally approve the public hearing notice and notice of submittal of proposed rules to legislative clearinghouse for proposed rules affecting NR 140 related to setting numerical standards to minimize the concentration of polluting substances in groundwater based on the Department of Health Services recommendation for creation of Cycle 11 groundwater enforcement standards, including some PFAS and pesticide compounds. Steve, how are you?
Good morning, Chairman Crane, Secretary Cole, and the rest of the Natural Resources Board. I'm Steve Elmore. I'm the Program Director for the Bureau of Drinking Water and Groundwater here at DNR. And as you stated, I'm here to discuss DG 2520, requesting approval for statement of scope related to NR 140 groundwater standards. Next slide, please. So where we are in the process, in May, we asked for approval for preliminary hearing, and today we had that hearing and now are asking for approval of the scope statement. Next slide. So what we're asking for is to revise NR 140 to establish numeric groundwater quality standards for this, what we call the Cycle 11 list of PFAS and other contaminants that we got recommendations for from Department of Health Services. As a reminder, groundwater standards apply to regulated activities such as landfills or other activities that might affect groundwater resources of the state. The standards also can advise a well owner on safe levels of contaminants in their private wells, but it does not apply to individual private well owner. 40 contaminants were sent to Department of Health Services in 2019 for their review and recommendations. These contaminants were found in groundwater in Wisconsin and are therefore a public health concern for the people of Wisconsin. DHS did not forward back recommendations to us on all 40 of the contaminants. We did receive recommendations in November of last year for 22 contaminants, 6 pesticides, 12 PFAS, and 4 combined PFAS. There are no federal groundwater standards or process for establishing them. Next slide, please. DNR is required by state law, Chapter 160 of the statutes, to propose rules establishing the DHS groundwater standard recommendations. And that's what we're asking today to move forward with. We did hold a preliminary hearing on June 4th, and we did have a 7-day open written comment period that ended on June 10th. We received 125 comments in support and 10 comments received in opposition. I'll go over those a little bit more in the next slide. So in support, people stated that clean water is inherent right. PFAS contamination is widespread and harmful to human health. Other states are adopting standards, and Wisconsin is behind those other states. The research supports the proposed standards from DHS, and without regulation, there's no way to ensure safe groundwater, a source of drinking water. And the process does meet the statutory requirements, as I stated earlier. Next slide, please. In opposition, we heard that the scope statements were, quote, unlawfully vague, unquote. DHS recommendations have not been peer reviewed. And in that regard, Chapter 160 of the statutes does require DHS to look at scientifically valid information and peer-reviewed studies. And that's what they did in sending us these recommendations. They reviewed available peer-reviewed science and sent us the recommendations. Now we take those recommendations, we start the administrative rule process where we will be able to take additional comments and discuss other viewpoints, other information that people bring to us, other studies that might be available for us to review as a part of this administrative rule process. Another thing we heard was that the combined PFAS groundwater standards are not lawful. To that point, we currently have 8 combined standards that are contained in NR 140. The best example of that is PCBs, which we regulate as a combined standard. And lastly, we heard that DNR should modify standards when economic and scientific data are presented by the regulatory community. To that point, we have 3 instances where NR 140 standards were modified from what was originally presented by DHS at the beginning of the process. So three times in the past, since we've been implementing this groundwater law, we did modify the standard based on input and based on the process. So with that, I'd like to conclude with, we've done this over 130 times. We have 138 lines of contaminants contained in 140. We're prepared to do this again. And state statute directs us to propose these standards after receiving groundwater standards recommendations from DHS. And this is to better protect public health. Thank you. And what questions do you have?
You should stay tuned, Steve, if you could. We have one public speaker, Carly Michelle Michaels from Madison. She's going to testify on 4K and also the following one, 4L, at one time. She's Government Relations Director for Clean Water, Wisconsin. Carly, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
My name is Carly Michaels. I'm Clean Wisconsin's Government Relations Director. Clean Wisconsin is a nonprofit environmental advocacy organization with over 20,000 members and supporters around the state. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Like I said, I will be testifying on both items 4K and L together. We strongly support moving forward with the rulemaking process on all the Cycle 11 proposed groundwater standards and drinking water standards for PFAS. This is a key step in having the important conversations necessary to start protecting our waterways from these pollution problems. Clean Wisconsin respects the objective science-based process in Wisconsin's groundwater law that has regulated harmful pollutants for over 35 years. We support the establishment of any new standards for substances in our waterways that are harmful to public health. The recommendations from DHS took an extensive amount of time and research to develop. The recommendations through this process meet all statutory requirements, are supported with ample technical information, and reflect the primary responsibility of the agency to protect public health. With 2/3 of people living in Wisconsin getting their drinking water from groundwater, protecting our groundwater means protecting public health. Additionally, setting maximum contaminant levels for PFAS in drinking water is important for public health and welfare. Moving forward with this rule is important to reduce exposure and protect vulnerable communities from PFAS in drinking water. The forever chemicals PFAS are already contaminating our water resources. These substances have serious known public health impacts, disproportionately affect low-income communities and communities of color, decrease home values, harm recreational fishing and wildlife health, and may impact the dairy industry. Other states have also already moved forward with similar protections. We need meaningful statewide protections for our communities from these harmful chemicals that are unregulated at the federal level. Wisconsinites deserve to have access to clean, safe drinking water free from PFAS. We dispute the arguments made by industry and PFAS users to cloud this process in doubt and question the science, and any impacts should never come at the expense of a community's health. Wisconsinites deserve access to pollution-free water. It is also important to note Cycle 11 includes proposed health-based standards for 6 pesticides. Recent DATCAT monitoring noted significant concern over finding multiple pesticides in private drinking water wells. A recent national survey of pesticides in groundwater used for public drinking water detected pesticides in 18 of 22 locations in Wisconsin, with nearly 4 different pesticide compounds per sample. In addition to harming human health, some of these pesticides are insecticides and have a profound impact on bees and other pollinators. Groundwater used for irrigation containing these harmful pesticides can impact non-target insects through drift or runoff. Many Wisconsinites care about healthy habitats and ecosystems, which can be better protected with these rules. Approving these scope statements is a step towards protecting our residents' health and our environment. Because of the costly and varied impacts to our water and public health, it is important that rules and standards be guided by science and prioritize preventive measures. We look forward to working with DNR and other agencies and stakeholders to start having a conversation to develop rules and standards to protect our water from harmful PFAS and pesticides. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Carly. Any questions for Carly? None. Okay, back to the topic, and we're going to put a motion on the floor for discussion purposes.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second for discussion. Any questions for Steve? Terry?
And I had a very good conversation with Darcy about this, but my biggest concern is the 2 groups that have voiced strong concerns about this proposal are the municipal organizations. And that troubles me from the perspective of those are our customers in this particular instance. And I would ask that the department does a bunch of outreach with these people to further develop those relationships so that if in fact their predominant concern that Darcy expressed was cost, then they should just tell us it's cost instead of what their testimony was that was delivered to us. I think we're going to hear from their constituents and their politicians, which are going to be the mayors and the city councils and state senators and local representatives about how bad this is and blah, blah, blah. And whereas we are actually trying to solve problems, but apparently they don't think we're starting to solve problems as it relates to PFAS. So I would hope the department would reach out to these folks and say, hey, wait, we're on the same team. We're wanting to make this thing work. And it is absolutely critical that our Wisconsinites have clean and safe water and of good quality. But that troubled me in their testimony that those 2 large groups of municipal organizations are opposed to this scope statement.
Bill?
I'm going to oppose this. I just can't see that this item is ready to be moved forward. There's just too many question marks. And I'll just kind of piggyback on what Terry said. When you have the Wisconsin Manufacturers and Commerce, the League of Municipalities and Wisconsin Corn Growers all opposed to us moving forward with this in this current condition. I think it behooves us to just take a step back and let's try to get the process started on the right foot. We've had several incidents in the past couple of years where our work hasn't been approved further down the line. So there's too many questions. I have not been able to identify the 6 pesticides. What is the potential cost to the consumers? The peer-reviewed sound science is very shabby in this proposal. I'm sorry, I was told that this is peer-reviewed sound science, but I don't know that much about science, but I don't think this stands the test. So I'm absolutely opposed to moving forward with this. I'm not opposed to clean water. That's like being against mother and apple pie. But we need to be careful about what we're proposing.
Steve, is there any chance that during the process, in the rulemaking, the 18 months or so, that those concerns could be addressed?
Absolutely. This is the start of a process. We're asking today to start a conversation about PFAS standards in groundwater, this particular item. And I think we can address your concerns during the process. We can be more transparent with the science that was used to come up with these recommended standards. We can certainly engage with the municipalities as we usually do. They sit on our drinking water and groundwater study group. So we'll get further into what their concerns are and how we can work together to make this happen. And at that point, we would have to work together to make it happen, right? If we're going to approve a final rule that includes some new standards, we'll have to all get on the same page with the municipalities, the water utilities, and Wisconsin manufacturers and commerce and the other groups you mentioned.
So I had a couple of calls from municipalities as well, and like Bill said, clean water is apple pie. They're concerned that this reg is going to bankrupt the city. So this, you know, when we come with regulation without funding, that's when the angst starts happening in these cities. You know, they can just say, "We gotta do this," and like, "Whoa, how are we gonna do that?" We'll just pass it on to the users. Well, and that's a concern with them. So I think the cost, the overall cost, you know, and you can't put a number on it at this point. We know the problem is bigger than we thought 10 years ago, but municipalities are nervous. They've got some real issues that this thing goes through full throttle.
Yeah, I think there's a little nervousness about the unknown. I think that we've been able to handle costs at municipalities in the past. We have a robust safe drinking water loan program. We provide low or in some cases no interest or even principal forgiveness to communities to pay for treatment for new wells and to address problems just like this. And that's a good point because we need standards like this in order to make those funds work for us. Okay, the system requires us to have a groundwater standard or an MCL in order to access those funds or in a real way to score high to get the loan that they need to do this work. So that's how the system works, and we need to incorporate these new contaminants into the system.
Sure.
My question, I think, has been addressed by the process, as a process question. During that 18 months or so, if this goes forward, an economic impact would be a part of the process. And this, what Terry has said, that the need to really build collaboration on this and get a true understanding of what is the cost, to me seems to be critical. And I'm requesting assurance that that would be the process.
Absolutely. We're required to do an economic impact analysis and draft that, put it out for comment, and then incorporate the comments we received into the final economic impact analysis. So that will certainly be a part of the process.
And one follow-up question, which I thought was really important, that the peer review is really strengthened in every way possible, not only in terms of what it is now, but being able to share that process so that we also have confidence in the recommendation.
Absolutely. That will be a part of the technical sessions we have with stakeholders. We'll bring in the DHS toxicologist who worked on this. Absolutely.
Terry.
This would be a follow-up to Sharon. And Sharon, great questions. Glad that you're here. The peer review issue. There's some criticism that we don't look at other information. Is it correct, Steve and Darcy already told me, But these organizations, they present other documentation, other studies, et cetera, et cetera.
Sure.
The department's open to looking at those information pieces, provided that they're
Absolutely.
legitimate.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, as you stated, the gold standard in science is peer-reviewed studies, right? And what was used to develop these recommendations was peer-reviewed studies. So DHS looked out there at all the different studies and tried to find where there was consensus, right? There's a whole stack of studies where is there consensus, and the most evidence that this should be the standard, the level of PFAS, for instance, that is of concern, and then they take that study, and that's the study or group of studies that is the basis of their recommendation to us. Now, as a part of the rulemaking process, we'll have public comment periods. We will look at other information. Someone, maybe DHS failed to find a study that addresses a particular point or a particular contaminant, right? They will provide that. They'll have the opportunity to provide that information to us. We will look at that with DHS to determine whether that should be included or whether we should revise the level that was recommended by DHS.
Thank you.
Marcy, or Kaz, then Marcy. Marcy, go ahead, Marcy.
Thank you. So I hear your concerns, Bill, but I also hear, in our area, folks in the La Crosse area that can't drink their water. And so, if we can't even get going on step one on this one, the scope statement lets us bring all of that additional information out. The communities, everybody is welcome to participate. And so if we don't do it today, that delays another 2 months of even getting going on one of these. So my concern is that we at least continue the process, because we know it takes 2 years. We've heard there's nothing from the feds that's coming down to help us out with that. So I think, I understand your concerns, but I also understand citizen concerns that are worried about what's coming out of their well.
Yeah, I don't think we're disagreeing with each other at all. I just think that there would be value in stepping back, working with these three groups to identify particular problems, so that we don't get caught up in the process that we find we're out on a limb too far, and it's hard for us to get back.
One follow-up, please.
Yeah.
Did you get any details on specifically what the problem was with the scope statement?
Just in summary, what I outlined here today, I think the only one specifically that comes to mind related to the scope statement is that it was unlawfully vague. I guess from my perspective, I think it's specific. We're saying these PFAS that we're and these pesticides we're going to look at.
Right.
So I would disagree with that comment, but that was the only comment specifically about the scope.
And the comment that it wasn't peer reviewed.
On page 2 of 2, 7 bullet points, exactly what the opposition was.
Have you actually listed the pesticides and the compounds that you're going to be going after?
No.
They should be in the documents you have before you.
But they're not in the scope.
I couldn't find them listed.
See, the problem, Steve, I think we have here is when you have non-labeled compounds, that's very vague. What's angst in the community? What exactly are you scoping to go after? What compounds? So the public knows that we are going to be looking at these compounds, and that's kind of I think it's part of the problem we're having.
I can't put into the box estimate. I think that would be, well, I mean, that's
Cheryl, do you have the compounds?
In the green sheet, this is Cheryl Howman, I'm the board attorney. We specify, and in the scope, we specify the compounds that the rule is proposed to address. And they are the compounds that were specifically in the DHS recommendations. I don't, Steve would have to identify for you what the names of those compounds are.
But the scope clearly lays out for the public. These are the
Yes,
table of 10 or whatever that we're going after.
yes, yes.
Um,
And the comment with respect to vagueness was, I believe, related to a statement in the scope that talked about that it's possible there might be additional rule changes beyond, that accomplish the objectives that are kind of related to setting numeric standards for these specific compounds. And sometimes that's what I would call a catch-all that we put in scope statements, because as Steve talked about, we're at the very beginning of the rule phase, the rule process. And sometimes as you're going forward, you discover a few little provisions of NR 140 that ought to be amended just to reflect the changes that you're proposing. But the changes in the scope are specifically about what we got back from DHS.
Okay.
Does that help you?
Yeah, and I pulled up the compounds here. Well, thank you, Cheryl.
Sure.
So I don't know if we really want to do this, but I could try to
Steve,
pronounce
put it
all
on-
of
yeah,
these.
I agree. Put it on the record.
Okay. Chloroantreniprol, flumetazole, fomasafen, and those are pesticides. Then we have FOSA. I'm going to go by the acronym on these, because these are long too. It's FOSA. Then there's HPFO-DA, also referred to as Gen X, which is something you might have heard in the news. Back to pesticides. Hexazinol, methaxyl, another pesticide. Back to PFAS, NETFOSE, PFBA, PFBS, PFDOA, PFHXA, PFTEA, PFUNA, back to a pesticide, saflufenicil, back to PFAS, DONA, PFODA, PFHXS, PFNA, PFDA, NETFOSA, and NETFOSAA. Those are all on the DHS website under the Cycle 11 recommendations.
Okay, so the public, if this passes, the scope passes, the public understands the next year and a half, 2 years. Okay, just let the public understands that we've flushed out the best we can what is actually going to be on the table for discussion purposes.
Those are the specific, we're not looking at any other PFAS or any other contaminants. Those are the contaminants we'll be looking at.
Kaz?
So could we amend the scope statement to include that list on the scope statement? I think that would solve some of the angst.
Board's privy to do whatever they
I
want.
think we can do that. And then the last question, if DHS puts some new standards out between now and the 17-month process here, is that going to be included then? Because the scope statement is kind of broad because we didn't go to those specific ones.
It will not be included in this rulemaking. Maybe I'll just, on that point, remind you, we are in the middle of rulemaking for what we call cycle 10 recommendations. If we got another set of recommendation, that would be cycle 12, and we would come before you for a new rulemaking.
Okay. Cheryl, is legal problem if we put that on the scope, just to be clear? Let Cheryl answer.
Go ahead, Cheryl.
The scope statement right now specifies there's individual standards for 12 PFAS and 4 combined PFAS, and also the pesticide standards. And so the scope itself generically refers to those specific compounds. I will say that if the board would decide to amend the scope statement, we would have to go back to the beginning of the process.
But do you feel as legal counsel that the scope's clear to reference?
I do, particularly with this conversation that was
All right.
had right here. I think that the specific compounds that Steve read are
Clearly defined in the
put-
scope.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Bill, you have something to say?
Well,
Okay,
I'm of the same mindset.
all right. Bill Smith?
This strikes me as a situation similar to other times when we've had these emerging contaminants come out. There's more questions than answers. There's a lot of concerns and a lot of vagueness. And I think the point we are at in the process with these compounds in part causes some of the concerns about vagueness and lack of answers. The questions that we've heard are all very legitimate. They're going to be difficult. But in the past, we've always solved those through a process of discovery and discussion. And this scope statement starts that process. It starts the discussion and discovery. It allows department staff to work on this and to gather more information and try and answer our questions. It's appropriate today that we pass this scope statement and start this discussion.
Okay, ready to vote? All in favor of putting this scope statement forward, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Next one is very,
There is a reason that benzene isn't in our drinking water. Toluene, atrazine,
there's oxen.
dioxin. Kills us, causes cancer. We take the information from the public health officials and we will run the gauntlet with this as the scope statement as our research.
All right,
Thank you very
Steve. Next one, very similar. Hopefully some of the debate has already been debated on, but bring the next one forward. This is request the board approve the statement of scope. Order DG 3120, conditionally approve the public hearing notice of submittal of proposed rules to Legislative Council Clearinghouse for proposed rules affecting NR 809 related to the promulgation of new drinking water maximum contaminant levels for 12 additional per and polyfluoric alcohol substances, PFAS, and combined standards for 4 PFAS. Floor is yours.
Good morning again, Chairman Brain, Secretary Cole, and the rest of the Natural Resources Board. I'm Steve Elmore, still the director. The Bureau of Drinking Water and Groundwater.
Still standing.
Department of Natural Resources. What we have before you today is DG 31-20, requesting approval for statement scope related to chapter NR 809, safe drinking water. Next slide, please. Today, we're asking for approval of the scope statement. So this is the beginning of the process of the rule writing. Next slide, please. And what we're asking is to revise NR 809 to establish public drinking water maximum contaminant levels for cycle 11 PFAS. These are 16 substances in total, 12 individual PFAS and 4 combined PFAS. Setting maximum contaminant levels is a bit more complicated than groundwater standards. Here you have considerations of monitoring frequency, monitoring waivers, public notice requirements, and laboratory analytical methods, to name a few. Those are all things that are contained in NR 809 and then govern how we look for and respond to these contaminants as maximum contaminant levels. Next slide, please. So we held a preliminary hearing jointly with the groundwater standard hearing on June 4th. and we had a 7-day open comment period. The comments were combined with the NR 140 standards proposal. And we did receive 125 comments in support and 10 comments received in opposition. Next slide, please. So the support here, similar but a little different. Clean water is an inherent right. PFAS contamination is widespread and harmful to human health. Other states are adopting standards and Wisconsin's behind. The research supports the proposed standards, and it's important not to wait on EPA to develop standards as they will take too long. And I'll note there that EPA has said that they will propose a standard for PFOA and PFOS, which were two PFAS that we've already started rulemaking on. We have already have an open scope statement on those two. But still, it will take EPA roughly 6 years to complete work and create an MCL for those two contaminants. These that are before you today, the estimate is 7 to 10 years for them to come up with maximum contaminant levels for these compounds. Therefore, it behooves us to address these contaminants that have been found in our groundwater and drinking water. Without regulation, there's no way to ensure safe drinking water. That's another comment we heard. And the process does meet the statutory requirements. We do have statutory authority to propose regulations to protect safe drinking water in the state of Wisconsin. So next slide, please. In opposition, the DNR should wait on EPA to promulgate PFAS MCLs. There's no authority for the department to make standards before federal drinking water standards. Scope statements are unlawfully vague. DHS recommendations have not been peer reviewed. The combined PFAS drinking water standards are not lawful, and DNR should modify standards when economic and scientific data are presented by the regulatory community. One point I want to address here is the first point here. The DNR should wait on EPA to promulgate PFAS MCLs. I already mentioned that it's going to take some time for them to address those. We are following the framework of EPA when they set MCLs. It's a similar framework. Costs and treatment feasibility will be considered. We will do an economic impact analysis. We will gather information from communities on what the costs they expect to see with this proposed rule. We will review occurrence data to see where were these PFAS compounds found in Wisconsin. We will consider that in our review and this rule revision. We will follow all the aspects of the administrative rule revision process that will take up to 30 months. And we think here, and the reason we're doing this is that there's a meaningful opportunity to protect public health. And that's one of the criteria that EPA uses when they look at MCLs. And we think there is a meaningful opportunity here. With that, I'm wrapping up here. People have the right to know what's in their drinking water and whether the levels of contaminants that they do find in their drinking water are going to affect their health. And that's why we're proposing this action here today. I'll take your questions.
Yeah, Steve, go back to the opposition page one time.
Yeah.
So the two that it seems to always make the headway across the street is with no authority, no legal, you're not lawful, you don't have statutory authority. I hear that all the time. So address those two, because those are pretty big oppositions, which usually carry weight if it's indeed true. do we have the authority for the department to make standards before federal drinking water standards? Yes or no question. I mean, I'm sure legal's looked at it. Second question is if the combined PFAS drinking water standards are not lawful? Are they or aren't they? I'm sure you looked at it before you presented this to us.
I'd like to call on Cheryl. I'm really prepared to answer that from a legal standpoint.
Sure. Cheryl Heilman, members of the board. With respect to our legal authority, the state law says the department may establish, administer, and maintain a safe drinking water program. That's what we're doing. That's what we're proposing here. Can we do something when the federal government has not? The answer is yes. Our program has to be no less stringent than the federal requirements. So we have to, if the federal government acts, we have to be at least as stringent, but we can be more restrictive if we want, and that's what we're proposing here. With respect to the combination issue, our statutes don't address that level of specificity, but it does say that we can establish and administer a safe drinking water program, and that we have the authority to do rules after public input to do what we believe is necessary to protect public health. And so I think I would, with respect to that issue, I would let the rulemaking process proceed and see what we hear during that process before making a final determination.
Thank you. Questions for Dave?
Move
Gary?
approval.
Well, approval is your second.
Second.
Any more discussion? Bill?
Just you twice now, you mentioned that other states are ahead of us and we're behind. I'd like to know what states those are, but even more importantly, if there are states that are ahead of us, that should be a pretty good roadmap for us to follow in this process.
Some that come to mind are Michigan and New Jersey have PFAS standards now, PFAS maximum contaminant levels that they're implementing. There's others.
But with these 6 chemical or these 6 pesticides as well?
Not that I'm aware of on the pesticides. Yeah.
But other states have pesticide rules.
Yeah, there's other states with rules for pesticides.
So we're behind there too?
I'm not prepared to answer that question.
Any other questions? Let's vote. All in favor of Board Order DG 3120, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Chair,
Yes, sir.
Darcy, can you come up, please?
Sorry?
Darcy, please.
Oh.
Thank you.
God, I thought I was getting taken.
Taking you to the woodshed, Darcy.
Am I the former division administrator?
Christine Thomas put myself and Duke, Walter, and Jane Wiley in place when it came to stewardship. Terry put Bill and Doc Preen in play on Kewaunee County as it relates to their drinking water situation. What are you prepared to, how often are you prepared to come back to this board to provide regular updates at pivotal times where you believe it's important to do that? And so you don't have to answer that question now. We'll convene offline with Dr. Preen, but this board has to be up to date at every milestone and every step and not read about it in the newspaper or a memo from somebody else. And if that means that DHS also has to be part of that, I know they have to be part of that. We have to be transparent in this room and open in this room at those milestones. I'll let you and Stephen decide where those milestones are and how often they should occur. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Darcy, fine?
You're
Okay.
not in trouble.
Yeah. All right, next item, request the board approve a statement of scope for emergency board order WM0121E, board order WM0221, and board order WM0321, and conditionally approve the public hearing notice for WM02-21 and WM03-21, and notice of submittal of proposed rules to legislative county council rules clearinghouse for proposed rules affecting chapters NR 8, 10, 12, and 19 related to the gray wolf harvest regulations.
Good morning.
Scott.
Morning, Chair Brain, Secretary Cole, members of the board. I would just want to say it's good to see everybody in person. So I'm Scott Carroll. I'm the Wildlife Policy Specialist, and I'm here today to request approval for the scope statement regarding these wolf harvest regulations. So, okay. Oops, all right. So I first want to remind us where we are in the process for these rules. So last month we went to the board and we got approval for a preliminary public hearing. We held that public hearing several weeks ago. I summarized the comments on that. So now we're moving on for approval for the scope statement, which will allow us to begin drafting rules to bring back to the board for approval. And I'll outline the timeline we anticipate for this later on in this presentation. But so I think it's important that we talk about kind of the history of where we've been with wolf management. There's been a lot of back and forth on this, and it'll map out where we see us going ahead in the rules that we are, or the scope statement that we are proposing for today. So if you remember back in December of 2011, wolves were originally delisted in the state of Wisconsin. And shortly after that, the legislature passed 2011 Wisconsin Act 169. What that act did is that it required that the department have a wolf season and then promulgate rules regarding wolf management. So shortly after that, we promulgated Emergency Rule 1210. And what's interesting about that emergency rule is in the act, non-statutory provisions of that act, this emergency rule did not expire until a permanent rule was put into place. So, the first couple seasons operated off that emergency rule as a permanent rule was being drafted. However, in the process, and I think, I wasn't there at this time, but talking to the people who were, we were about ready to bring the permanent rule to the board for approval. And then the federal court relisted wolves as an endangered species. So we had an emergency rule that's still in place, but we weren't able to finalize the process with a permanent rule to permanently put those regulations that manage wolf harvest into our administrative code. And then, scope statements do expire. And because wolves were relisted for the length that they were, we now have to start fresh with the new scope statement to put those emergency rules back into place. So once wolves were delisted in January, we began work on the scope statements. We came to the board for a preliminary public hearing in April. We held that hearing, but then at that time, we decided to revise the scope statement. So we sent it back to the governor and we got approval, went back to the board last month to get another preliminary public hearing approval, which we held earlier this month. So I want to talk next about, there's two big parts to this scope statement. And the first part I want to stress is that, there's housekeeping that needs to be done for our wolf rules, right? We have this emergency rule that's been in place for going on, I think, 9 years. And a lot's happened since then. We've had changes in statute. We've had changes, our code's been rearranged. So our wolf rule, or that emergency rule, that is in place needs to be updated to better reflect the current state of not only legislation, but our state of our administrative code. So there's a big housekeeping component of this. And obviously we don't like emergency rules. Typically they do have an expiration date, but we don't like to have an emergency rule outstanding. So we want to get that wrapped up and get the rules that were in place for the prior seasons permanently put into our code. And then we did so as I mentioned before, we did a revision to our scope statement. And what we did is, and why we did this is, we did this initially, we worked on this first scope statement in January, and then the February wolf hunt happened. And then I think we saw some things that we could improve upon with our wolf management that we felt new rules were appropriate. And we had this one scope statement on the track. And then we were thinking about doing a separate scope statement, but then we felt like that would be confusing to the public to have two different rules on wolf management happening on parallel tracks. So we decided to revise the scope statement to add these three revisions to the scope statement. So that's why we had this, two preliminary public hearings and why we're here today. So the revisions would address three potential items. The first one is rules regarding night hunting. The plan is to make them more consistent with how other ways of tracking wolves or pursuing wolves are. So night hunting is a portion of this. The reduced timeline to register a harvested wolf. So what happened in February with the harvest season is the rules that applied then allowed 24 hours to harvest a wolf after you found that wolf and were able to tag it. So what we did, unbeknownst to us, like you may remember a couple months ago, we brought to you a fur bearer tagging and registration simplification rule. And as part of that, we wanted to make consistent our tagging regulations, our registration regulations with all other species. So what that would have done is it now created and that rule is in its final steps. It's going to be, I think it's almost out of legislative review at this point. So it's going to be promulgated or effective really quickly. But that moved the registration for wolves to 5 p.m. the day after harvest. Well, I don't think we maybe fully anticipated at that time is that what that would mean in terms of if we didn't do any changes to this. So previously it was 24 hours. So let's say hypothetically somebody were, night hunting is currently, if nothing were to change, night hunting is allowed. If somebody were to harvest a wolf at say 12:30 a.m., they could wait till 5 p.m. the next day to register that wolf, and that would be about 41 hours. So that's a lot of time, and I think we'd like to see that cut down to give us more accurate information about the status of the wolf harvest when we're making quota decision or closing down quota zones. So that's what we're trying to do, what we anticipate with a reduced timeline to register a wolf and why, and then zone specific tags. So, right now the current status of wolves are you can tags good statewide, and when you close a zone, you can go to another zone to harvest a wolf until that quota zone are closed, and then until they're all closed. And I think this is something we've been working on for a little bit. Most of this is the only one where we allow that type of management where you can go from the statewide zone in a limited draw species. And I think that's something we've been thinking about is to do like we do with bear and bobcat, is to say, okay, you get a tag that's good for a zone, and then we can better predict harvest rates within that zone. So that's kind of the scope statement in a nutshell. Moving forward and where we anticipate the process with these 3 rules, because there are 3 rules to the scope statement, which isn't always the case. So there's 3 rules. The first one's an emergency rule. And what that will do will be to align our regulations, that housekeeping portion of it, but also to potentially do, if the scope statement's approved, to make the changes in night hunting and then also the registration timeline. We are not anticipating doing zone-specific tags for the fall 2022 season. We already are taking applications for the fall hunt, and by the time we bring any rule to the board this fall, we'll likely have already done the draw. So it's not feasible to go ahead and set, we'd have to almost redo the draw at that point. And I think what we'd like to see that in place for next fall versus try to rush something and make everybody reapply or pick a zone, right? That's just, we don't want to, I think, go that route for this fall.
Did you mean to say fall 21?
So we're gonna, the zone specific.
You said 2022.
Yeah, so those zone specific tags would be, we're anticipating not in place for this fall. Sorry, yeah, for fall of 2022, not for fall of 2021. Sorry for the confusion. So that's the emergency rule. The permanent rule would be to basically permanently codify the housekeeping measures and then those other 2 items. We want to, we want to get that emergency rule taken care of as soon as we can. So to not beat around the bush and get that codified. We're trying to maybe potentially get that at the same board meeting, but there's things out of our control in terms of the reviews and holding a hearing and stuff. But we anticipate bringing the first permanent rule to you in sometime in the fall. Then the second permanent rule is going to be in a little bit longer of a timeline. So that we're, as you know, we are beginning these steps to revise our wolf management plan. As with all of our management plans, when we bring them to the board, typically there's some rule changes that come with those management plans. We did rough grouse, elk, I know has been before the board, bear recently. So they all had rules like that. So we also, while we were doing a scope statement, we knew that this management plan was coming, and let's preemptively get a rule going to implement any changes that may or may, there may not be anything that comes out of the wolf management plan. But if they are, we want to be ready and be able to get them in place timely. And we don't anticipate bringing that rule to the board until about this time next year. So that is my presentation. I know we have some speakers, but I'd be happy to answer any questions if they have before.
So the public speakers, kind of see Mike Brust from Wausau, representing himself. Mike. For the 3 minutes, Mike. Hello.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine, Mike.
Okay. Secretary Cole, Chairman Preen, members of the board. First of all, thank you for your service to our state, and especially Chairman Preen for your leadership and continuing to serve our citizens until your replacement is reviewed and confirmed by the Senate. I do have to say I'm a little amused by the organized, feigned outrage over this board member transition which in my over 40 years of
Yeah,
being with.
Mike, let's stay on the topic of wolves if you could, please.
Okay. But in any case, the reason I'm here is in regard to these wolf changes and regulations. In my opinion, they are necessary. Frankly, I think they're pretty much of just a knee-jerk reaction to a very unique situation that happened this February and which will probably never happen again. The current regulations have served us well through all previous seasons when the season opened in the fall, as it will again in the future by law. As a predator caller, the elimination of night hunting will pretty much eliminate my and others' ability to hunt wolves with our preferred method of hunting. Predators, including wolves, are most active in feeding at night. I spent 6 hours yesterday in the fall 2021 Wolf Harvest Committee meeting. One of our recommendations from that meeting was to reduce the number of permits compared to the quota, even below the percentage that was used in past fall seasons. Also, the suggestion, which I believe should be something that the future management team considers or defines, is zone-specific tags. If both of those are put into place, it would even further mitigate any possibility of overharvest of wolves. In my opinion, these proposed changes that you're considering just place additional and unnecessary burdens and restrictions on hunters and trappers, primarily just to make things easier for the department and to appease those who oppose any harvest of wolves. I would respectfully request that you do not support these unnecessary changes. Thank you. Any questions?
Questions for Mike? Thank you, Mike. Melissa Smith from Madison, representing Friends of the Wisconsin Wolf.
Good morning. Can you see me okay? Good, I see me okay. Thanks for the opportunity to comment today on the revised statement of scope. We commented June 4th and we also commented May 15th. We've presented scientific data and evidence pointing to large gaps in scientific data during these rules. We support a moratorium on hunting at night, hunting with hounds, hunting with snowmobiles, and other unstudied or understudied methods until the correct research is completed. The current statement of scope proposes a potential ban on night hunting, which we support. Please expand the scope of the current rulemaking process to include regulated hound hunting as well. The NRB has extensive evidence of the massive damage that hound hunting did to the wolf population and other wildlife during the February hunt, and the widespread abuses that took place because of loopholes in the statutory limits, such as hunters combining their dogs into large teams into massive coordinated hunts. Although we understand that's not within the Natural Resources Board authority to ban hound hunting, it is imperative that it expand the scope of these temporary rules to impose tight regulations to prevent those abuses from recurring. From our specific comments on nighttime hunting, hounding, snowmobile pursuit, you can also refer to my previous comments at these scope statements. The DNR states that this desired outcome of these rules is maintenance of a healthy wolf population and an established population goal. This goal is impossible to achieve because of the limited amount of time before an emergency rule is to be passed, because too much information and scientific information is lacking. I've sent that in below, but I do want to say, a healthy wolf population is one where wolves survive to independence in the fall. And because of breeding packs being taken, and we don't have that information because the DNR didn't ask for those carcasses, that is problematic. Again, with this population goal of 350, it ensures an overkill, and presumably the DNR is not doing anything to establish a healthy wolf population. I imagine they're going to reestablish a new population goal, but we have no evidence to present that any of these methods used in February will not be used into the future, and that it's not a unique situation. And we really hope that you will adopt these rules and even adopt the quota and do something about hound hunting regulation. Thank you.
All right, any question from Melissa? Thank you. Corky Meyer from Kewaskum, representing Wisconsin Coon Hunters Association. Corky.
Thank you.
I'm here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Yeah, I've been following all of the meetings from the scope, the statements, and the big question that comes from the coon hunters across the state is that you're going to outlaw hunting at night. Well, I'm one of them crazy people, if you will, that go running around in the swamps at night saying I'm having fun, just listening to the music of the hounds. Okay, my big concern, my big concern is that you want to regulate night hunting of wolves. Well, I can't support that, but what my fear is that it's going to be another blanket rule that will outlaw all other forms of hunting at night. Mike talked about calling. Our concern is coon hunting. There's many other activities that are currently acceptable within code that will be sacrificed and be banned because of the intent to stop one thing. It'll be a blanket that will stop all other hunting. So I said at Scott's scope meeting, be specific, be target specific. I used the comparison of a Marine sharpshooter targeting at 1,000 meters and hitting only the X-ring. Be that specific with your rules for the wolves. I'm not against wolves. They need to be controlled. There's other things in code, as in NR 29, the definition of hunting. Hunting is defined as chasing, pursuing, shooting at, killing, and taking. Well, trappers can go out 24/7 to check their traps. They have to dispatch with a firearm. So now you're starting to overlap into other things that are unintended. There was talk of snowmobile in the last presentation. Trappers check their traps using snowmobile when the snow gets deep. Houndsmen deliver their dogs to the hunt in the back of trucks. That's pursuing. They want to eliminate the use of vehicles. That's a broad statement. It's not target specific.
Corky, you need to wrap it up if you could, please.
Okay, at that, my main point is that whatever rules come out be surgically accurate for the task, not a blanket that's going to penalize other activities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Corky. Any question for Corky? Megan Nicholson, Humane Society of the United States, Wisconsin State Director. Hello, Megan. Welcome.
Hi, can you all see and hear me?
Yep, doing fine.
Great, great. On behalf of the Humane Society of the United States and our Wisconsin supporters, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Before I jump in, I'd like to give a warm welcome to the two newly appointed board members, Ms. Adams and Ms. Nass. As a fellow Wisconsinite and Wisconsin State Director for the HSUS, I share our supporters' enthusiasm for your appointments to this extremely important board, a board that has the responsibility to represent all of Wisconsin in decisions made affecting natural resources.
Let's stay on topic, please. Give me, Megan.
I'm just about to get there. Thank you. With that said, I'm here to speak on SS 045-21. I may sound like a broken record to a few of you who've heard me speak before, but I must reiterate that any rules related to SS 045-21 should reflect the best available science. Yet the statement of scope contains inaccuracies regarding the economic and ecological harms of wolf hunting and trapping seasons in Wisconsin. These inaccuracies must be corrected prior to the drafting of any proposed rules. I encourage you to look at the comprehensive analysis that we released last week regarding the trophy hunting of wolves in Wisconsin. You can find that report in my written comments that were sent prior to the meeting. Earlier this year, it was made abundantly clear that additional restrictions are needed through rulemaking. The DNR is going to hold any future wolf hunts, while the Humane Society of the United States does not support wolf trophy hunting or trapping at any level. We would like to again offer the following recommendations to remedy some of the most egregious practices. Require wolf hunters and trappers to report their kills immediately. Prohibit night hunting by limiting trapping and shooting hours to 1/2 hour before sunrise and 1/2 hour after sunset. Limit the number of hunters that can hunt in groups to 2 persons. Create buffer zones around ceded territories. Prohibit hunting from snowmobiles and other motorized vehicles. Adjust season dates to align with statute. Only issue 1 tag per hunter for 1 hunting zone. These recommendations not only reflect the best available science, but are also aligned with the values of Wisconsin voters. According to a new poll conducted by Remington Research Group in June 2021, supermajorities of likely 2022 Wisconsin voters opposed the trophy hunting and trapping of the state's wolves. Also by a supermajority of 68%, voters do not want another hunt in November. Our written comments submitted in advance of today's hearing contain additional information and recommendations for the DNR to incorporate into its rulemaking as it moves forward. It's critical that these changes be put in place prior to the start of the November 2021 season, and then they are incorporated into any emergency or permanent rules stemming from the revised statement of scope. Thank you.
Any questions for Megan? Thank you, Megan. Jessica Camilio from San Diego, California, representing herself. Jessica?
There you go. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you see me?
We are.
Okay, hi. I'm Jessica. I'm from San Diego, California, and I bet you're wondering why I'm here all the way from San Diego. For me, wolf hunting is something that affects everybody nationwide. I second the last 2 individuals who just testified. There has got to be set 100% targeted rules on hunting wolves. I don't agree with trophy hunting of any kind. Hunting for food is one thing, but trophy killing is just egregious. And what happened in February has been, it's been in the media nationwide. I've studied wolves my entire life, and compared to here in San Diego where we have lobster seasons, okay, we have specific rules that are set in stone. We have wildlife game officials out in boats, on the piers. And if people break the rules, they are ticketed. And if they break them several times, they don't get licenses or they go to jail. And they're very, very strict on that. They're very, very serious about that. And so in my mind, I'm thinking lobster, wolves are imperative to our ecosystem. Whether people want to believe it or not, it's a fact. It is a scientific fact. Breeding season. Last February, the carcasses weren't collected, so there's no scientific data to say whether or not that affected the breeding season. So how are you guys going to go into a quota thinking about how many wolves are going to be allocated to kill when there's no data saying whether it affected the breeding season or not? I mean, if you want to do this, I would say you do it by the scientific data, right? Well, if there's no data, how can you come up with a quota? What about killing an alpha male or female? It's scientifically proven that if an alpha male or female are killed, it can destroy an entire pack. When they don't, the alpha male is the one who is teaching the wolves how to hunt. The alpha female is the one taking care of pups. If they're gone, what do you think happens to the pack? There's no scientific data to show because no one's keeping track. I also agree with the target specific rules and no kind of candy coating things. I think absolutely there should be no hunting at night, no checking traps at night, The hunting a canine, a wolf with canines, dogs, can pose its own problems. From what I understand, one of the things that's come up several times is dogs dying in wolf hunts or wolf attacks. Okay, well, from what I understand in your guys' statistics, one of the number one ways that these animals are being killed are during bear hunts. So how is that?
Jessica, you have to wrap it up, please, if you could.
Okay, yeah. Sorry. So anyways, I 100% agree with these rules being put in place. And I also think that they need to be much more strict and much more, what's what I'm looking for, straightforward and described perfectly, targeted. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, I do have to comment, Jessica, on one of your implied testimonies that the law enforcement in California enforces the laws on your lobsters and on the decks. I can guarantee you that our law enforcement, the game wardens in the state of Wisconsin, do indeed enforce the game laws of the state of Wisconsin and pursue violators in earnest. So our state is as strict, if not stricter than California, when it comes to enforcing game violators.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. All right, let's go back to Scott Carl. Any questions for Scott? Cass, Marcy Cass, how you doing?
Ladies.
Before we take you to the woodshed.
Yeah, exactly. In much of the testimony, they talk about no other states allowing hunting. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Thank you.
What was your question, Marcy, again?
There's testimony that no other states allow hunting with hounds.
Oh.
And trying to think through the 50 states
Yep.
that we've just heard about, that I just wanted to verify that that was accurate testimony.
So there are no other states.
That I'm aware of, no. And that's a statutory provision. Again, that's not something that is available in the rule.
Cass.
So I do have some questions on that night hunting. I think that's a much bigger deal than we maybe think it is if we move forward with that. And I know there was a lot of discussion about that at the time. Even the tribes then came back and wanted the right to hunt deer at night. So it took a lot of collaboration to get to that point for predator type calling at night on wolves. Have we had an issue or something that is why we want to eliminate night hunting?
Why we're proposing what we're proposing has more to do with being more precise with our wolf management. So we think that consistent shooting hours will improve our ability to monitor the harvest and timely reporting of the harvest. So that's the primary reason why we're looking to make night hunting more consistent. So it gives us kind of this break where we know, like, let's say we do for shooting hours, which again, just to remind everybody, there is no night hunting with hounds under our current rules, right? So if you are pursuing wolves without hounds, you may currently hunt at night, but if you are hunting with hounds, you cannot. I also want to, Marcy, maybe just quick follow-up that, just a reminder that with hounds, it's a little different that normally hounds don't start till after the gun season starts. So there's a time frame without any hound hunting at all. So just to kind of generally remind the public. But in terms of night hunting, so we're looking, so if, let's say we say like typically the shooting hours would probably match what we do for deer, right? So it'd be 30 minutes after sunset. So they would give us a window where we know by the next morning, aside from anybody trapping at night, which also wanted to be clear with Corky's position, shooting hours would not impact the legal dispatch of a trapped animal, right? That's not hunting hours, that's legally dispatching a trapped animal. Would not be impacted by this at all. We have it in our code that if you are dispatching a legally trapped animal, hunting hours do not apply to you. But we would be able to get more confidence in our data that next morning that we know exactly, because 12 hours, let's say we do go to a shorter time frame, that the harvest number that next morning is the most accurate data that we can get. And that's the primary reason why we were looking to make that in consistency with the other aspects. So another thing about shooting hours is that, or hunting hours is that it also, there's no night hunting for the first, I believe, first several weeks of the season. So up until after the deer season, there's no night hunting at all. Then night hunting starts back up. So there's inconsistencies, it's just like, okay, now you can't, now you can. So it just would make everything more consistent and then also give us that more accurate data.
Well, it's always easier to make things more consistent when you eliminate it, but I think that's going to present some problems moving down the road here. And you have any idea how many wolves were taken during the last wool season at night? Because that would have been prime time for night hunting.
I don't have that data available right now, but I can get it to you.
I know it's very few.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think the bulk of them was harvested at night.
Hardly any of them, but with calling and predator calling. So that's what we're going to eliminate here.
I don't necessarily, when in prior seasons, when 2011 or 2012 to 2014, we do have data that shows that a lot of these zones did even back then. Our zones closed. Some of our zones closed within 4 days, and then some of them did close before night hunting was even allowed. And we still have data that people were able to call in wolves as a method of harvest without night hunting. So it won't. I don't think it'll shut that off entirely, but it's just closing the window of when that can, tightening that window up.
Well, so there is going to be some night hunting of wolves?
No, sorry if I'm being confusing. So
it's just tightening it up from our perspective on registration.
Right, exactly. Thank you.
But there's other ways we can go at that for the few number of wolves that would be harvested at night.
And then that's also part of the scope statement. So the shortening the time frame of the window and then doing the zone specific tags.
Yes. Scott, do you see the scope statement? Take, for example, deer shining. It's a recreation activity all over Wisconsin, but during hunting season, you're not allowed to shine deer. People like to call wolves without hunting wolves. Are you going to have a distinction like during the hunting season, there is no calling wolves at nighttime? Otherwise, the game wardens are going to say, is that person hunting and calling or just recreationally calling a wolf? What are you thinking?
Don't think they're, and again, like we haven't developed rules,
okay,
right?
So asking what you're thinking, because
right.
that's
So
going to be a topic.
off top of my head, I don't consider, as long as they're not actively pursuing like a weapon, I don't think we prohibit, you could call a wolf in right now, right? You can call elk in all the time if you want. Right? People go up to Clam Lake and call on the elk. That's what they do in the fall during the bugling season. That's not illegal because they don't have a tag.
But shining deer is illegal even without a weapon, I believe, during
Sure.
the hunting season.
Sure.
So, I mean, because there's distinction if they're gun and not. So I just want to make, the public has asked, are you going to ban calling wolves at night during the hunting season for wolves? And I'm like, I don't know. I've asked that question, so I'm asking.
That's something we can take up.
308 would be it.
Well, yeah, I agree. But if you don't.
But that's something we can definitely take up during the rulemaking, is to keep that in mind before
Okay.
we rules.
Terry.
Scott, I'm a little confused with how you responded to Cass, but with that being said, what other type of night hunting do we allow right now?
So it depends on what the time of the season, right? So up until that the Monday following the gun deer season, there isn't any. Then night hunting
Of any kind of
species. Raccoon, bobcat.
Sorry, are you talking other species?
Correct.
Yes. Okay, so night hunting is allowed with coyote, fox, raccoon. Not bobcat, but so those are the primarily big ones: coyote, fox, raccoon. That would not be impacted by this rulemaking at all, right? We just did rules to allow night hunting coyote, fox, during the 9-day gun season. I know I've talked to Corky. We don't plan this. These are wolf-specific regulations that won't impact anybody. They could do that during the previous wolf seasons, right? They could night hunt coyote and fox and raccoon during the previous wolf seasons. That won't be impacted by these.
Okay, so right now, the way this is proposed, there would be no wolf night hunting, period.
Correct.
Okay, that's different than what Kaz's question was. So there'd be no night hunting. And the reason is because the department feels we're not being able to be responsive to the number of wolves being.
It's going to allow us to have, we want the most accurate information when we're making decisions about closing a quota. It's a big deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we feel like if we can have that little wait period, or that, we can get the most timely information that we can, and then we'll know that it's as accurate as we possibly can get. That's what's driving this, is all these three things, we're looking at most accurate information that we can possibly get. And this is a big portion of it.
The current rule says there's no hound hunting at night. Is that correct?
Correct. That's been in place for all three previous wolf seasons, February and the three prior to the relisting.
Okay. So we're only concerned about the callers, is that?
There's other ways. I mean, if you could sit, I guess in theory, if you use the right type of bait, you could, in theory, hunt over bait at night. But there is, like, again, we're just trying to make this consistent with all other aspects. It's similar to what we do for other species, right? There's no night hunting with our limited draw species, right?
Except fox, coon.
But those aren't limited draw species, right? Coyote is unlimited. That's unlimited bag, right? This is kind of an anomaly where we have a species like wolf where there's a very limited draw. We close the seasons down really fast, but that's probably the only one that we allow that's limited draw that there's night hunting, right? Bobcat, there's no night hunting. Bear, there's no night hunting. And there's differences between the two, but I think it would help us, Bobcat, in theory, we could close the quota down should we meet our quota. And we have that window where we know, aside from people trapping at night, we have the most accurate information if we do need to make that closure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, is there a motion for the floor? Move approval. Is there a second? Second to scope this wolf? No second.
I'll second the scope. I just thought somebody-
Okay, now there's a second. Now we can vote. Otherwise it would have died. Any more discussion?
They don't put my mouth.
So would the season. That'd be an interesting topic. All in favor of passing the scope statement on, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Motion carries. Thank you, Scott. Barely, at least on the technicalities. We're gonna break for lunch, everybody. Let's just do a 30-minute, if that's okay with everybody. A little bit longer than that, we'll reconvene at 12:40. 12:40. Thank you. Move. All right, welcome back from our lunch break. Call this meeting back to order. We'd like to get out here about 2:30. Some people have some deadlines to make, so if that can happen, we'd appreciate the board's desire to make that happen. First of all, we have is request approval of antlerless deer harvest quotas, antlerless permit levels, and deer hunting season framework for 2021. Jeff, welcome.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman Brain, Secretary Cole, and members of the board. I feel privileged and honored to be here before you representing the deer program in a permanent status for the first time. Have done it before, but I'm here to ask approval of the recommended deer season and quota and permit recommendations for the 2021 deer season. And uncharacteristically, I am going to stick to a script during the presentation because I realize there are others that would like to present, and I suspect there might be a little discussion afterwards. The County Deer Advisory Councils met in March, April, and May to develop recommendations for the 2021 deer seasons. They met the challenge of virtual meetings again head on. And I would like to, at this, I'm going to take a quick break. Secretary Cole, you often ask your staff to lead with a service heart position. And I can think of no greater example that I've witnessed over the past number of years than the telecom staff, Brent Alderman, Chris Tall, and our assistant big game specialist, Wes Ellerson. The effort they put into facilitating and then managing these Zoom meetings that the CDACs did and the evenings that they put in over and over with a real interest in making sure it was a positive experience, I thought was exemplary. And I just want to point that out for those guys. Excellent. The public participation this year did return to what I would refer to as pre-COVID levels in terms of participation. We had 8,700 participants in the public input process. And the public participation process was updated this year to allow participants to self-identify which CDAC stakeholder best represented their interests. And we did get some feedback both from CDAC members and members of the public that they really appreciated that update. And again, I would also probably like to call out Ben Beardmore, who creates that project and that tool. Just blows my mind how they make that happen, and his ability to then consolidate all that information that came in, turn it around in tremendously short turnaround so that the CDACs can use it for their follow-up meeting, again, was really amazing. You'll see on here that does break out what those self-identified interests were. And of course, it is dominated by private land, public land hunters, and landowners, which of course mostly are probably hunters as well. So the recommendations presented to you in this green sheet are those of the CDACs, supported by the Wildlife Management Program, the Division of Fish, Wildlife, Parks, and the Secretary's Office. And there are just two exceptions to the CDAC results where the DNR is making recommendations contrary to the CDACs. And contrary isn't really the right word. It's an administrative act to address the fact that in two CDAC meetings, procedurally, the Lafayette County CDAC did not pass a motion regarding the holiday hunt. And so their preliminary recommendation was not to hold the holiday hunt. And so the department is recommending that that becomes their final recommendation. And in the case of Sheboygan County, they arrived at a private bonus permit level that after the meeting they recognized would not meet public demand for those permits. And because of their objective and the recent discovery of chronic wasting disease in Sheboygan County, they wanted it to meet public demand. And so the department increased the permit level to 750 based on past interest in these bonus permits when they have two free permits available per license in Sheboygan County. And so in both of these cases, the CDACs do not object, to our adjustments to the recommendations here. So statewide, the antlerless quota recommendation has increased 18% this year, as well as bonus permit levels to meet those objectives or those quota levels. In the farmland zones, CDECs are, more counties have recommended the holiday hunt and the January extension for archery and crossbow hunters than ever before. And it's just been a continuation of the trend we've seen every year. This year, there are 36 counties asking for the holiday hunt and 27 then subsequently asking for the January extension for archery and crossbow. And as it relates to the farmland zone antlerless permit issuance, counties are offering between 1 and 4 antlerless permits to go along with licenses as hunters select. And there has been a trend this year towards offering 2 per license in many of the farmland counties. Some of the metro subunits also have 1 or 2 antlerless permits available, in addition to bonus permits available for sale. So compared to 2020, the Northern Forest Zone is recommending more antlerless permits as a percentage related to last year, but that is due in part to the relatively small numbers to begin with. We see most of that increase occurring in those counties that have selected a maintain objective, whereas the counties that have an increased objective are opting for more conservative quotas, but no DMUs or no CDECs are asking for bucks only this fall. I'd like to point out real quickly and address the amendment that you saw come across yesterday. We did discover that in the green sheet package in tables 3 and 4, the numbers that were used for the 2020 permit levels were off for 4 counties, and that relates to the adjustments that were made last year during the June board meeting. And then there was a subsequent meeting in July where 4 of those counties were reset back to the original green sheet. The table I used to create this table for the green sheet unfortunately did not reflect that correction. The only implication of that is that the gap or the difference between last year's recommendations and this year's for permits in those counties is not quite as big as it appears in the green sheet. So most of the attention and correspondence surrounding these recommendations has focused on a select number of counties in the north and specifically on public land. The questions and concerns raised definitely have our attention, and I look forward to continued dialogue to pursue a better understanding of opportunities and expectations of public land deer hunters. And with that, I'll open it up for questions, comments, or next step.
Okay, we have some speakers. Jeff, you have a seat if you could, please. First, we have Neil Messerschmidt from Edgerton representing himself. Neil. Is Neil up there?
I'm up there. I'm just trying to get the video going now.
Okay.
I'll be with you in just a second here.
You can start talking.
All right, my video is not coming up, so I'll just start. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. There are things that could be done. First off, my name is Neil Messerschmidt. I'm from Edgerton, but I'm speaking on regard to Bayfield County. There are things that could be done and maybe should be done that would result in better management of the deer herd in the future. Altering the deer management units is an option, but there may be other ways to balance public and private land herd numbers by using existing data and tools presently available. I have one fairly simple idea, but today is neither the time nor place for discussions of that nature. It will involve dialogue with many people and the CDAC across the next year to accomplish. I plan on taking an active part in that. My feelings are strong about the deer hunting tradition. I want to do my part to pass it on to future generations. For those who follow us, it is important that there be adequate game numbers to allow for pursuit. There must be a reasonable expectation of seeing game in order to arouse and hold the interest of a younger hunter. It appears that deer numbers are not managed with as much care as other game. These are examples. Deer herd estimates are derived from 2 formulas. One yields a high number and the other a minimum number. Then an average is used to base the antlerless harvest quota on. In the case of wolves, however, the harvest quota is conservatively based on the minimum estimate. That minimum has been highly questioned, as was evident by the most recent hunt when the harvest totaled 1/6 of the declared population in just over 2 days. So wolves are not easier to take than deer, but it takes all of Wisconsin's deer hunters an entire season to come even close to results like that. When it comes to walleyes, their populations are closely monitored, not on a county-wide basis, but on individual bodies of water. Bag limits are set, and when necessary, lakes are closed. When a lake holding low numbers of fish comes out of winter without suffering freeze-out losses, the bag limits don't go up until the population has had a chance to safely recover. I say this because the deer in Bayfield County suffered through 2 moderately severe winters, followed by a mild one last year. This was the break the public land deer needed for recovery, but the CDAC chose to raise the quota from the previous year. Recovery must begin somewhere. I'm asking that you reject the 65% split of tags between public and private and amend it to 25% public and 75% private. That is the same as would have been set by a motion made at the last Bayfield CDAC meeting had the chairman not chosen to create a tie by voting against it. This will assist in the public deer herd's recovery while supporting the big woods hunting tradition and demonstrate to the sportsmen that their voices can be heard even with the CDAC process. I wanted to point out one more thing. There were 8,700 replies to the surveys, as Jeff Pritzel mentioned, and 1/10 of those came from Bayfield County. There is a problem there. Thank you, gentlemen.
And
And
thank
ladies.
you. Any questions for Neil?
Ladies and gentlemen.
What?
He said, thank you, gentlemen. Ladies.
Ladies and gentlemen. Sure is unattended. Dick Wolotkowski from Baraboo. You have the floor. Hello, Dick. You have 3 minutes, please.
Yep, okay, thank you. Again, Dick Walkowski from Baraboo. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you today. I did provide some handouts. I hope you have them handy. My goal of the presentation is to show you that hunters are not being listened to regarding the sending of antlerless quotas in Bayfield County, especially on the public land of the National Forest. I've hunted out of a camp in Drummond for 52 consecutive years. And as an example, the change we've seen, our group harvested 18 bucks and 13 does from 2000 to 2009. Since then, we've harvested 4 bucks and 0 antlerless. Honestly, and this is true, I have not had a buck in my scope since 2009. Bayfield County was the only county north of Highway 8 to have had a recent reduce the herd strategy, and according to the game biologist at the time, the herd was going to be reduced 16% from that 2017 number. Now they're recommending a quota of 4,000, and somehow that's still going to allow a 10% herd growth. Frankly, I don't believe it. Look at your own data. There was a report last month from the DNR. You should have that in your notes. That Bayfield County hunters report seeing 2 to 4 times fewer deer than adjacent counties in 2020. The hunter surveys show consistently since 2018, hunters are against the high quotas. In 2020, I saw 1 deer over 3 days of scouting and 4 days of hunting. I just returned from 5 days of fishing out of Drummond within a 15-mile range of town. I saw 2 deer over those 5 days, both driving to the lakes and while fishing. The deer simply are not there. Why do I feel there's a problem? Well, I think the main issue is they have a strong forestry representative on the CDAC, and he continually encourages, and I think it sometimes intimidates other CDAC members. The 2020 December proposal for setting up the next 3-year strategy, we heard presentations from county, state, and federal foresters, all to talk about overbrowsing. There was no discussion offered to find ways to improve deer hunting quality, as that would require more deer on the landscape. You know, as I said, I recently returned from fishing. As Neil just pointed out, we micromanage walleyes. We looking at micromanaging elk. We should do something similarly. I'm a soil scientist by training, and we've got the hunters, we've got the CDAC, even the wildlife biologists agreeing that the deer are not evenly distributed in the county, but yet they don't have a tool or choose not to try and manage them across a county that might be 60 miles deep, 30 miles wide. Douglas County provided something like this last year on and it was approved by 81% of the people in the survey. I think we can do this science-based approach. It would involve looking at land types, the ability to sort them. We'd have quota areas larger than we had in the past. It would give us a better chance to manage our deer site specifically. In
Dick,
closing,
you want to wrap it up, please?
Yep, I'm just going to wrap up. In closing, majority of Bayfield hunters feel frustrated, feel ignored, and even disrespected. I participate in the Ashland Douglas County meetings, and they do support the hunters. So please reduce the quota to something similar to what Ashland County and Douglas County have. I've given you a research paper that I wrote that Jeff can look at. Give me some comments about using land type, and thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Hi, Marcy West, and I appreciate your testimony and the written comments. I know from your address, you're in the adjoining county to me. Just curious if you do early hunting in your county of residence, because there's quite a population issue there.
Yeah, I live in Sauk County, and the only hunting I do down here is probably a little bit of bow hunting if I find some land I can get on. And then if the weather's nice, the golf course isn't open, I might go muzzleloader hunting. But as I said, since I was 16, my rifle hunting is pretty much exclusively been down out of a camp in Drummond that my dad.
And I appreciate tradition. Just want to invite you to the southern herd population issue that we have.
Yeah, and I know I choose to hunt up north. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You offering your land?
I know some people I could match them up with.
Jim Johannes from McFarland, please. Jim?
Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the Bayfield County CDAC recommendation. I have sent several letters to you guys in the past, highlighting the public's overwhelming disappointment with the CDAC and with the hunting conditions on public lands in the county. All I want to do today is distill my comments down into two very basic points, and then try to address two gross mischaracterizations of the group who is advocating for improved hunting conditions in the county. First, the gorilla in the room is that the maintain the herd decision and an antlerless quota of 4,000 animals for 2022 are totally inconsistent with the incredibly large public outcry to actually do something to improve hunting conditions on public lands in the county. This widespread disappointment stems from two very basic facts. One, Bayfield County has the lowest deer sightings per hour of any county in the state save Oconto, and Oconto wants to increase their herd. And two, the counties surrounding Bayfield, as been previously mentioned, are actually trying to do something to improve public land hunting conditions. Bayfield isn't. Second point, the problem is that the CDAC does not represent the public who overwhelmingly support an increase in the herd on public lands. The majority of the CDAC, as already mentioned, simply defers to the singular opinion of the county forester that the deer are ruining his forests. It's very clear that all that matters in Bayfield County is forestry, despite the fact that forestry is only one of 7 stakeholder groups in the deer management process. If we're to place so much weight on forestry, especially against the backdrop of the overwhelming public comments opposing the CDAC's recommendations, we better be darn sure that the forester is right. How can we be sure he is right when he conveniently blames everything on deer and ignores all the other factors that impact reforestation, and his observations are not universally supported by others, including other foresters? Why do we want to sacrifice a better public hunting experience in Bayfield County on the altar of a singular and highly overplayed stakeholder interest, which is forestry? Is it good public policy to ignore the observations of hundreds of hunters and make recommendations based solely on the unchallengeable opinion and analysis of one person, especially when there are so many unanswered questions about his analysis? Finally, let me address the mischaracterizations of the groups of people who are imploring you to act to save public hunting in Bayfield County. First, the CDAC and maybe even the DNR seem to think that the dissatisfaction can be traced to the experience of only a few hunters who hunt a few tracts of public land without success. That's just not true. There are hundreds of hunters who are writing in to complain, and they're not located in one small area of the county. They are scattered widely throughout the county and ubiquitously experience the same problem. The fact is that the public land deer hunting experience has become pathetic in much of the county and deleterious to carry on Wisconsin's great public land hunting traditions. Second, we've been characterized incorrectly as disgruntled and lazy sportsmen and women who want to sit in grandpa's old stand, see deer every minute and shoot a 10-pointer every year. That's not true at all. I am grandpa and I don't sit in one stand. I'm 71 years old and have hunted Bayfield for 58 years. I can't interest my own kids, much less my grandkids, in big woods hunting when all they're doing is watching the foresters' trees grow. In conclusion, why are public land hunters in Bayfield County being treated like redheaded stepchildren? All we care about is a quality hunting experience. All we want is to see a few deer on a somewhat regular basis over a season, have a decent chance at a buck every few years, and to restore some semblance of overall hunting experience that creates future generations of hunters. Is that too much to ask? It is to the Bayfield CDAC. They want to kill 4,000 antlerless deer this year. The last few times we got close to that level of antlerless harvest, we decimated the herd in the county and exacerbated the problem of poor hunting experiences on public lands.
Jim, we got to wrap it.
I will very quickly. I hope you do not fall for their dismissive rhetoric and flawed narrative. Please give us some indication that public input actually matters, especially when it's so one-sided. Please give us some hope that deer hunting on public land in Bayfield is not a perpetual exercise in futility. Do not bless their antlerless harvest target that calls for nearly 3 times more antlerless deer to be taken this year than last. All that will do is perpetuate the sorry hunting experiences of the last decade. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share my views.
Thank you, Jim. And in future for testimony, please limit to 3 minutes. It's just not fair to the other speakers when you go a minute and a half over your allotment. I don't want to cut you off, but please in future, 3 minutes is the allotment. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Jim? Next, Tony Blotter from the Conservation Congress as chair.
Just starting my video here. Come on here. Apparently you're blocking my video. It says, sorry. I will continue with my testimony. Okay, now it's asking me. All right, here we go. Chair Praying, Secretary Cole, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today on behalf of the Wisconsin Conservation Congress. The Wisconsin Conservation Congress supports the antlerless deer harvest quotas and permits presented here today. The WCC members were again part of our CDAC teams and participated in the development of these recommendations. We stand ready to work with the NRB and the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources as they are rolled out to our deer hunters. County Deer Advisory Councils met virtually in March and April to identify antlerless harvest quotas for their respective counties. Following a 14-day public comment period in April, they met again in early May to decide on the final recommendations based on public feedback and information shared by DNR staff. Public comments on things like DMU boundaries, predator overpopulation, antler restrictions, private land access, baiting of deer, high deer populations, low deer populations, etc., were prevalent throughout the public feedback and were taken into consideration. These antlerless deer quotas and permits, once approved by the Natural Resources Board, will guide deer population management for the 2021 deer season. The WCC would like to thank all members of the 72 county CDACs for all their hard work. It has been our experience that these dedicated individuals take their role very seriously, volunteering many hours in preparation, meetings, and contact with members of the public. Thank you for your time.
Any questions for Tony? Thank you, Tony. Michael Fox from Madison, representing himself.
I think it's Foy.
I'm sorry, Foy. Thank you, Marcy. Sorry, Michael, it's Foy. Your audio's not clicking, Mike. No audio.
Headset.
You got it. You got it. It was working.
All right. Dear Chair Praying, Secretary Cole, and members of the Wisconsin Natural Resources Board. Please note that these comments represent myself only, not Wisconsin's Green Fire as originally registered, and that they are for your information only. This is a very small matter, but I am disappointed with the recommendation of the Iowa County Deer Advisory Council via the Department of Natural Resources to this board not to extend the Iowa County archery deer season through January 2022. This recommendation deprives me and other Iowa County landowners and hunters of a full month during which we could enjoy additional hunting recreation, help meet county antlerless deer harvest quotas, reduce the burden of chronic wasting disease, and make one last attempt to put a CWD negative deer in the freezer. These are benefits that similarly situated landowners and hunters in 7 other southwestern Wisconsin counties will presumably enjoy this fall. So what, you may say, hardly anyone hunts deer in January and very few deer are harvested. Who can blame the Iowa County CDAC for declining to exercise the option DNR gave them to offer January hunting? In providing this option for farmland zone units beginning in 2018, DNR apparently concluded that there was no biological reason in farmland zones not to allow the extended hunt, largely reducing the decision to a social one. But the extended hunt was narrowly supported again this year in the public opinion survey of CDAC preliminary recommendations. So what is the justification for the CDAC's final recommendation? Unfortunately, we'll never know because DNR sets no standards for making the decision other than first adopting a holiday hunt, and the Iowa CDAC failed to fill out the justification section when documenting their final recommendation. As a retired DNR wildlife biologist who worked with CDACs the last 3 years of my career, I grew to appreciate the hard work these councils put in with little recognition and the benefits of shared management responsibility with the department. Not being able to hunt deer on my farm next January won't kill me. I only ask that in future seasons and when implementing the Deer Stakeholder Committee report, you keep in mind that the department also has an obligation to set clear standards for CDACs, make sure that defensible justifications are provided for CDAC recommendations, balance those recommendations with those of DNR staff liaisons, and ensure that local deer seasons that this board considers treat citizens fairly. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today, and good luck with your deliberations.
Michael, any questions for Michael?
I have one question.
Yes.
So Mike, on the preliminary survey, what were the responses on there about that late archery
hunt? The written responses?
Well, you fill out that survey.
Yeah. They were in favor of the extended season numerically by a slight majority. But you know, other than that, the issues were typically vague concerns about interference with the snowmobile season, which everyone acknowledged was one of the best they'd had in years in Iowa County. And for the simple reason, in my view, is that they had snow during much of January. So I just don't see that it's a conflict with deer hunting on my land, which is miles away from the nearest snowmobile trail.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, go back to the presentation with Jeff. How does the board want to handle this? You want to put a motion on the floor to accept it and then massage it if the board desires, or do you want to put a massage motion up in one time, or how do you want to do it?
I'll move approval to get it started.
Is there a second for approval? We'll present it. Second, okay, on the floor, we have a motion to accept as presented. Any changes that want to be made or discussions?
Well, I'd like to have a little discussion on it. So again, I did a deep dive into those northern forest counties. And our results from last year actually did make counties pay attention to their public land tag issuance. So in my research, I put together this chart that I handed out to you to show the differential between the buck killed per square mile on public land and the buck killed per square mile on private land in those northern forest counties. As you can see, there's dramatic difference.
Where are you, Kaz, in your handout?
Okay, I'm in this chart here.
Okay, page 3.
So as some examples, Bayfield County that we heard about today, we're killing 1.17 bucks per square mile on the public land, 2.62 per square mile on private land. I only worked it backwards a few years because it's a pain to get that data. But it's a good measure that you can see the uneven distribution. That was the primary reason why we went to public land and private land tags. I know there's talk about splitting units, but units won't address this problem. People think it will, but it's not going to, and we'll just get caught up into the trap that we were in before, where then we just keep splitting the units smaller and smaller. And the differential is primarily between public and private land. Later on today, we're going to approve $4.675 million to purchase easements for public access with the MBOs as part of it, and hunting is a big part of that. However, you can eliminate hunting by not having any game to hunt. So, and that is a concern by a lot of the people in that northern forest area. Also, I think we have a responsibility as a board to manage our deer on those public lands. There's very little we can do on private land to manage deer, except provide the tags and make the opportunity for people to go and harvest those deer. But on public land, we have an obligation both ways to make sure they're not overpopulating and not over harvesting or over browsing, but also to maintain a suitable population for hunting. And to me, that public land falls directly in our court. And we've been hearing about this long before the new deer plan in 2014. That's why the new deer plan was structured the way it was. We're just not giving those CDECs this metric that I showed right here. You have to dig for it. You got to do a bunch of math. And to me, that should be one of the metrics that a county looks at. When I look at a county like Ashland County, they're shooting 0.38 deer per square mile on public land and 1.95 on private. That's a huge differential. And the only way we're going to address those kind of problems is what Ashland County did this year, is 0 tags on public land until we see those numbers starting to come closer together. Public land has a lot more hunter effort than private land does, just because the public can access it and get in there and hunt. So typically you should be harvesting more deer on public land if you're basing it on hunter effort and hunter success. So I'm gonna go back to the first 2 pages now. I do want to say that overall, we have to look at this new deer management plan as a huge success. And the way we can tell that is if we look at, this is the statewide numbers on the first page of our harvest since 2014 when the new deer plan was implemented. And we've had probably the most stable harvest of bucks since the beginning of that we were keeping stats. If you go back and look in it on the historical chart. The other thing is that ratio that you killed those to bucks. I think this illustrates that if we're killing them about 1 to 1, which is the way they're born, that's pretty much where we need to try and manage. However, here's where the problem results. On page 2, this is our SAK estimates from 2014 to 2021. And it shows a 500,000 increase in deer population since 2014. Now those numbers don't line up with the harvest metric, which SAK always pretty much followed the harvest. So there's something else going on there. That's a discussion for another day. But it's the only metric that I think CDECs are looking at. And it's also what their basin quotas are, is this number here. Now, what CDECs don't get told is those little bars there on each one of those numbers, those are 95% confidence intervals. And if you take a close look, now this is for the statewide number, there's a 500,000 deer swing between the top bar and the bottom bar. Almost 1/3 of the population. And anybody that's Googled statistical data and asked about confidence bars, every single one of them overlaps, meaning there's no statistical change. So this is the source of our problem. It was the source of our problem years ago. And the metrics that we should have in place that tell us if there's too many deer or too few deer, we haven't completed yet. One of those, and the most important one, are the browse surveys, so that a forester can't just come along and say, oh, the deer are eating up the forest. Well, where's your data? Where's your proof? And then there's no answer. That's what browse surveys were supposed to be doing, and we were supposed to be collecting that data for 6 years, and we haven't even done a single browse survey. So I'm going to make a motion, because I strongly feel we're responsible for that public land, to reduce the antlerless tags on public land only in Bayfield County, Douglas County, Iron County, Langlade County, Oneida County, and Sawyer County by 50%. We need to get in front of this thing. And in most of those counties, they totally went against the public input on the surveys. Now, there were some counties that I would have probably recommended we lowered that, but it was obvious that those CDECs were listening to the public and moved in the correct direction from the public input that they got. But to dismiss that public input defeats the whole purpose of having CDECs. That's what it's about. The boots on the ground out there, those hunters, they know over time, and the numbers prove that they're right when we look at that kill per square mile. So that's my motion.
The motion to reduce 50% of the public land, Bayfield, Douglas, Iron, Langlade, Oneida, and Sawyer County. So there's second by Bill for discussion purposes. Again, please. The counties are Bayfield, Douglas, Iron. Whoops, slow down. Bayfield, Douglas, Iron, Langlade, Oneida, and Sawyer. So you're suggesting that the public number on the sheet in front of us is decreased by 50%.
Correct.
And transferred over to private, or just decreased by 50%?
I really, if they want to transfer them over to private, they can.
Well, we have to, we're setting the numbers, so
Right.
it's got to be part of your motion.
Well, in counties like Bayfield, I think we'd get some pushback on that, because they're concerned even, and there was a number of counties, they're concerned even on the private land that those numbers are too high. But my motion was just to reduce them on the public land.
Okay.
The tags.
It's a motion to the second for discussion. Any discussion? Marcy?
Can we have staff back up?
Sure. Steve?
How about Jeff?
Or
I'm
Jeff?
sorry. Jeff?
Do you have any concerns that the CDACs did not follow the procedure in setting those quotas?
As it relates to, I think, the description that the public comment portion is not being followed or listened to, it is one of multiple considerations they have to take. So you could describe it that because their final recommendation doesn't match the public comments, that it didn't follow that, but there are other considerations that the CDECs are charged with. And so they are in the position of weighing that and other things. And so I had the opportunity, because of the virtual format this year, to bounce around to multiple CDECs during their meetings. I did not listened to or observed one where I felt not that concerned that they were not taking their job seriously and fully. And I was quite complimentary. I pointed out in the green sheet effort that Sawyer County went to. I listened to Oneida's. They had a very good deliberation, and they're weighing that feedback and information in with the other considerations that the stakeholders are bringing.
Okay. And in those northern counties, the combination of federal public land and state public land is not differentiated.
Correct.
As far as public hunting goes.
Correct.
But we don't, the department doesn't necessarily have much to say about what habitat is in that federal land, correct?
That's correct. I mean, each agency that manages public land has processes that they generate management plans for, and I'm sure take public input. And the way we set public land opportunity for harvesting deer is, a public land permit is a public land permit, and it's up to the hunters then to, choose, how they're going to use that on public land.
Okay, so my concern, Kaz, is that the public has a process laid out in front of them. We entrust it to these folks per county. And after whatever year that was, that set the course. Last year, we learned that changing the quota at that June meeting upset a lot of folks. We heard a lot as far as that goes. So, I'm all for listening to the public, but just like here, whether it be on wolves or deer or anything, we listen to the public, but then there's all these other considerations we have. So I'm going to oppose the motion.
Yes. Why are you leaving Violets out? What's your rationale for that?
Well, I had a real tough one with that. And the reason is they 91 supported, 143 opposed, and 104 was said it was too high. The quota was too high. Now I'm only looking at the answers to the public land, and I'm not opposed to that. And that was one where the vote was kind of 50-50-ish. I did make a note on violence here.
I think the public supported what it was. So I think if you leave that alone, that's appropriate. And if they're going to have a decrease of deer herd in Violets, they're going to have to live with their recommendations and such.
Right. And violence did vote to maintain. And they supported a decrease in public land tags, but they didn't allocate a lot of public land tags. If you look at it, 450 public land tags.
Right.
So that's why I chose not to pick on them this time around. Also, the differential between private and public harvest is pretty close. It's not dramatic like the counties that I put the X in. And so I'd like to see the CDEX have this data. There is a screen they can click on to see buck kill per square mile for the whole county. And it'd be very easy for us to just generate buck kill per square mile for private, buck kill per square mile for public, and have that as one of the metrics that CDEX can at least look at and see if they're moving that public land in the right direction. But none of these deer populations that are in those counties meet the criteria that they're way overpopulated, like they did well as late as 2007. I mean, we're talking about harvest levels that in some counties are 1/4 of what they were back in the late 90s and early 2000s. 1/4. That's huge. So they're already down there. So the pushback we're getting from the public is, okay, I understand we can't go back to where we were in the 90s and 2000s, but do we have to be way down here? Wasn't there some middle ground that works here? And we haven't been working towards that middle ground.
Okay, is there a amendment yet? More debate. Bill?
Yeah, I'm in support of Kaz's motion, but one of the things that bothers me is the last couple of years, we've been hearing for a long time that the deer are just vacating in the north woods. And we know that in general, all over the state, the deer are migrating to farmland. That's where the food is. And historically, deer were supported quite well in our forested counties. I hear from foresters anecdotal evidence that the browse is too great and we got to protect the forest. But I think Kaz indicated that there hasn't been any formal browse study completed, so it remains anecdotal. Now, if part of the problem is that the deer don't have enough food in the north woods, just by decreasing the antlerless quota and having the hunting pressure on public lands how many times greater than private, we're going to continue to struggle. So how about the accusation that we've heard that foresters are wanting fewer deer in the woods because of browsing pressure?
Sure, well, I'll address that to the degree that, from my perspective, I know a lot of foresters. I can't think of one that is not a deer hunter themselves. So they do appreciate and do not have an interest. Sometimes I hear it characterized to the level of, well, foresters want all the deer gone. I wouldn't stand behind anything like that. I understand the hyperbole of trying to be persuasive, but foresters have a professional responsibility to look out for the best interests of their resource. It's a perennial crop that gets impacts that happen to it now will play out years and years from now. And so that's kind of the way they look at it. One of the challenges, as I understand, in terms of doing browse management, and one of the criticisms, Kaz has risen, is that they're focused on tree species and not the other, the brush layer, the herbaceous layer, other species that would be important to deer as far as a food source.
How about that?
Yeah, but well, so every every forest stand has its component and how it's interacting with the soil type and with the climate and then with all the other impacts that are happening to it, right? And so it is very case by case situation. And so when you do a browse survey and study, in one situation, you may say, well, there's no browse going on here. That doesn't mean it's not a problem. Maybe there's no browse going on there because there's no browse available to measure, and so there are certain situations where things come together where you can put things together, but to try to capture it in terms of numeric data, as has been brought up, this relatively new tool, the forest regeneration metric, is relatively new, and it's going to take some years to develop a database and to develop trends. But from the simplest perspective, as you started out there, Bill, this shift in deer from North Wisconsin to South Wisconsin is really tied historically to the fact that the average age of the forest post World War II up until probably the 1980s was younger, and it supported better deer production. The last number of decades, in general, the trend in deer age in forest age structure is not favorable to increasing deer productivity. And then other things, of course, have come onto the landscape in terms of predator numbers and those types of things. But we have the tools to monitor and measure deer productivity and watch it and track it over trends. But the simple fact is that given the habitat that's available, deer productivity is not what it used to be in the northern forest in general. Now, things have shifted in attempts to address that. The Young Forest Initiative, our cooperation with the U.S. Forest Service. And so in areas we are, that as being addressed and could be favorable for deer in the future. But
Jeff, the browsing studies, though, this isn't a new request.
Right.
I giddy up because we anecdotal evidence is what probably gives us the most debate here. We need facts. We need data from the foresters. So you need to pass that on to the forestry community, that when you go to CDACs, have a metrics that we can look at and evaluate. Because every year it's anecdotal to me. It's like, yeah, okay, well, my area, my forest is getting eaten alive. Well, okay, put it on paper so the CDACs can actually look at it and make a decision, because they do carry a lot of weight. I've watched a lot of these councils. They come in and say, we reckon the forest crop. And then you go from public opinion that wants more deer to, okay, we're gonna have to, heat this. Well, if you're gonna put all this energy and less deer herd in Wisconsin and put it on the backs of the foresters, they need to pony up the data for that. Terry.
I guess three different things. One, Marcy, I did hear from several people that they were happy that we made adjustments last year in my part of the world. But I also understand where Kaz is coming from and Bayfield County. I mean, we have interesting testimony and interesting written testimony that's been presented to us that obviously some of it's been extremely well thought out and a lot of work went into it. And I having a tendency to support Kaz's motion. I would also though like to ask the secretary to ask the forestry folks to see if there's any way we can target our good neighbor policy to some of the areas that we're having these consternations and difficulties with, especially in the national forest. I know that our good neighbor policy has been effective in the Northeast, in the Schwamigan there, because that's where we are. And it's good to see that the department has taken an aggressive role in timber harvesting and timber management. I'm not sure that that's what's happening in Bayfield and Bill, your side of the north. But it's not going to happen overnight, and then you just all of a sudden just don't say, okay, you guys take your saws and go over here. I mean, we got to have a plan of where all that effort is put and so forth. But I don't know if that has been in the mix of the discussion yet. And I'd like it to be in the mix of the discussion if it can be, if it can effectively be done.
All right, let's Bill Smith.
I've got a
Then let's
couple
vote
of,
an amendment, guys. We got to roll on.
I've got a couple questions. I'll try and make them brief and concise. Jeff, has staff had a chance to look at the data that's been given the board this morning? And can you reduce that to more of an apples to apples comparison with the type of data that you provided as well in advance? I'm trying to compare the two. Kaz has put a lot of work into this. There's some really interesting information that comes out of it, but I'm trying to reconcile the two.
Sure, thanks, Bill. Yeah, Kaz shared this with Bob Knack and I this morning and Eric Lovner. It is information pulled from our Deer Metrics, website. So I'm familiar with page 1 and page 2. And coincidentally, the effort that Kaz went through to break out the buck harvest density between public and private land, we were on the same page there. I did the same exercise myself without consulting with Kaz. And so I will confirm that his numbers, match mine as it relates to that comparison. The discussion point there really is it appropriate to compare public land to private land and expect the same result, or should that be the desire that we're moving towards? Not saying yes or no, but that's a discussion point that we're not going to solve here. And then Kaz made a very good point that he's acknowledged. Again, this isn't the place to dive deep into it, but when he acknowledged that when we look at our harvest stability over the last, since DTR has been implemented, related to the SAK estimate that indicates that the deer population is growing and those two don't agree, he said there's something else going on here. And he's exactly right. There is something else going on here. And we are starting to see through our harvest data and analyzing and what we can do, that there's becoming a bit of a disconnect between that buck harvest and the total number of bucks that were available at the beginning of the year. And that shows up in our sex age kill model in terms of the multiplier effect of when we look at how many bucks died at the end of the year, how many deer does that represent that must have been alive before the season started? That number's getting further apart. That's what allows this population line to be growing over the course of time from the way we look at it.
Well, I appreciate that. Like I said, I just got it this morning. I haven't really looked at it.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a problem the last time we went through the CDAC stuff, was late information, very hard work, very good information. A little more lead time would help me out.
Well, but Bill, how do you go around that? Because
let me
last year
finish.
we got in trouble, you know? Last year, Cheryl, I mean, it was a mess. So
Yes, it
Kaz
was.
says, well, how do I do it? I'm like, I have no idea. Bring it to the meeting. We can table it. Get time to digest it.
It would help me if it would, this kind of a statistical work, it would help me a lot if it was shared with staff early, and the board got a kind of a review and a perspective on it. And I'm not discounting the work you did. You've got some really great ideas in there. I'm just hard time trying to fit them into the bigger picture. And I understand that, and this is how typically amendments were done forever. I tried to do that last time around. Sorry, Marcy, didn't get it.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's.
But
There's a little more to that.
I didn't even have your email address. So, but I didn't want to do that this time because we got our hands slapped for that last time. Then it's like walking quorum so that's why I didn't do it. Now, I would expect this kind of reporting to come from the deer people. I sat in on that deer committee meeting and nothing was ever discussed for any county, and they were approving all 72 counties on what was the public vote. And I think that's a huge metric that's not being looked at. And what was that differential in harvest? My second comment relates to that. Before I leave the first one, some of your ideas about using some harvest metrics and things like that, I think those are really interesting and valuable. A better way to describe and to evaluate browse impact on forestry. We can improve on that. I'm all for it. My second comment on this, Jeff, and more relates to the role of the CDAC. They're trying to set recommendations for deer quotas, but they're also charged very specifically with taking input from all these other sectors that have an influence or an impact from deer. We do the same thing on a statewide level. And we have to manage public lands. We have to oversee department policy in a way that represents a very broad range of interests. And that's what the CDACs are trying to do. That's what we should be trying to do. And I trust them at the county level to have a much better perspective of the social management in their area. I find it very hard to try and overturn their recommendations to us based on a numerical analysis. Just a quick look at the buck data shows me that Bayfield County is producing harvest per acre, public, private, buck, antlerless, very similar to a bunch of other northern counties. Now, they may be coming at it with different numbers and a different approach, and we've got people that are very vocal in their concerns there, but I don't see a big problem. But did any other metrics illustrate a problem? That's what the CDACs are supposed to be doing, is looking at the other metrics. Got a very solid question for you soon, but Marcy, go ahead. One more.
I just want to make a comment about the forestry browse studies, that maybe it's not just the DNR foresters doing the browse studies. There are UW studies. We've been involved in a number of them, and the Forest Service. So before we direct overwork people to add another thing, you know, I think there's sharing with sister agencies and other experts that could come into it. I just, you know, there's a lot going on out there and the information is available.
Well, I'd like to see a browse study.
Well,
there is a
Ken,
one.
you may remember, you may have been on that trip up north, Chris and Duke were on committee as well. You remember the two forest projects we saw? A fence around, you know, acre fence around a plot, one without.
Right.
So less impact by browse because deer couldn't get in. This looked like your neighborhood park, right? How many times do we need to explain as an organization that unless you put a fence around it and keep deer out, you will have browsing going on?
There will be.
Now, that's it. You know, and so that everybody knows, I call Kaz, you know, the Texas instrument number 30 because he spends a lot of time on this stuff. However, We said we were gonna do something last fall, last June, that we were gonna get to these CDACs early and often and be in the room when they started having those conversations. Because while the board got some blowback, and what did we have to do? We had to bring it back, then we had to recalculate, re-vote. Those folks back there, they get the blowback too. You don't think I get the emails? So whatever you vote on today, I'm going to take it under advisement. Because I need to run it back past the CDACs, because you're gonna get it handed to you again because you didn't do what we promised them we said we were gonna do. We said that we were gonna be in the room, talk to them before June. Am I right, Doc?
Yep.
We said we was gonna work with them to get to that point. Now here's the 11th hour. We didn't do what we said we were gonna do. Now what would you want me to do? I'm not gonna get my ass handed to me because the board chose to do this out of inconsistency, what you promised these individuals, if you see that committee, that you said that you were gonna do.
Well, I wouldn't have a problem, but that's what the public input is for. And these CDACs totally went against that public input. And there was no justifiable reason to go against it.
Why does it come to this board? It comes to this board because of the final say so.
Right.
So if we just rubber stamp every CDAC the department can choose to do that.
Yep.
We don't have to statutorily do that. You can take it under advisement, but if this board votes on the quota, I'm not sure how that's going to go under advisement, Mr. Secretary. But the bottom line is, for some reason, it comes to us to approve for the state quota for deer hunting.
You didn't do what you said.
Preston, what happens at this meeting for the final thing? I can't control that. The board votes on it. The board votes to choose something. That's the will of the board.
What you gotta do, I'm gonna do what I got.
All right.
But then I hope we're consistent when it comes to public input. for
Right.
rules Or
Right.
for whatever.
Yep. Is the board ready to vote? Let's roll call it.
We're
Amendment.
voting on the amendment?
Yep.
sir?
William Bruins. Yes. Sharon Adams. No. Terry Hilgenberg.
Yes.
Greg Kazmierski.
Yes.
Marcy West.
No.
William Smith.
No.
Dr. Frederick Crane.
Chair votes yes, the full motion, which is as amended. Any questions or discussion? Let's roll call that.
William Bruins.
Yes.
Sharon Adams. Yes. Terry Hilgenberg.
Yes.
Greg Kazmierski.
Yes.
Marcy West.
No.
William Smith.
No.
Dr. Frederick Crane.
Yes, motion passes. Move on.
Lori, let the record reflect that the department takes that vote under advisement.
Let the record reflect that the statutorily we're supposed to vote on that, and we just did.
Well, that's a statute.
We'll let Cheryl decide which way it goes, I guess. Okay, let's go. Land acquisition, Jim Lemke. We have acquisition, an easement, and an acquisition.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Chair Crane, Secretary Cole, and the rest of the members of the NRB. It's nice to see you in person. My name is Jim Lemke. I'm the Real Estate Section Chief, and as Chair Crane just suggested, we do have 3 items in front of the board today for your consideration. The first ask 4O involves a potential acquisition of the largest inholding of 220 acres within the Devil's Lake State Park area. This park, embedded within the beautiful Baraboo Hills, is within 30 minutes of Madison and is the state's most popular park with almost 3 million visitors a day to this park. For the past 2 decades, this property has carried great interest with the state, along with the support and determination of the Nature Conservancy, who is purchasing an adjacent 80-acre parcel. An option was secured with the department purchasing at $1.64 million, a bit below 2 appraisals to try and purchase this property. The Nature Conservancy is acquiring an adjacent 80-acre parcel, as mentioned, is utilizing a grant from the state and providing significant private funding for the remainder. The entirety of the 300 acres will prevent development within the boundaries of the state park and will be open to all 5 MBOAs, including hunting, hiking, fishing, trapping, and skiing. I had the opportunity to walk this property this past week. It is truly a great addition, potential addition to the Devil's Lake State Park. The land is very usable. It's beautifully wooded with mature hardwoods and has potential many different opportunities for public use. Devil's Lake is part of the Central Sand Hills Regional Master Plan, which is currently under review by the department and will go through numerous public meetings to determine the best use of these 220 acres And at some point, probably within the next year, this will come before the board for approval of this master plan. Just as a cleanup, there were a couple of confusing issues and mistakes on the green sheet. Highway 12 is on the western portion of the project, not on the eastern portion of the property. And there was some confusing language about the whole chunks ownership below the Devil's Lake State Park. That is not part of the Sauk Prairie State Rec Area. That is independently owned by the Ho Chunk Nation. So with that, Mr. Chair, I respectfully ask for the board's approval of the purchase of these 220 acres for $1.64 million for the benefit of Devil's Lake State Park.
Is there a second? Terry?
Thank you. Did have an opportunity to review this one and also to view the property. It is a very exciting property. It's a great property. Share some pictures of what now we find out to be maybe a CWD infected deer followed me and Jim for about, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes. Came up and licked my hand. Very interesting, one horn. And also we did challenge the issue of the appraisal and we got some modifications done there. So we're pretty comfortable with what this one is now. But prior to that, the money was too much, but it's good now.
All I would ask is that we continue to work with the Ho Chunk Nation. They have a very active management plan on invasive species and restoration. And so, you know, after you're done with it, as we pass it off, I would hope that the department continues to work with the neighbors, with the Ho Chunk Nation management.
Well put, thank you.
All right, before we vote, we have Tony Blatter to weigh in for the Conservation Congress as chair. Tony, you want to weigh in about this acquisition?
Yes, what I'd like to do is I'll weigh in on both of them for hopefully save a little bit of time here. On 4-0, the Wisconsin Conservation Congress is excited to testify today in support of this land acquisition that will benefit Devil's Lake State Park. This piece of land carries on the unique topography that we see around the Baraboo Hills and adds wonderful opportunity for the public to explore and enjoy the additional acreage that will be added to the park. We appreciate that this land will be open to the 5 nature-based outdoor activities, and we look forward to all the opportunities this addition holds for Wisconsin citizens. Also on 4P, the Wisconsin Conservation Congress supports the acquisition of the almost 12,500 acres of working forest through a conservation easement using stewardship funds. In addition, we are extremely happy that a portion of the purchase price will be set aside for road maintenance and repair on designated open access roads, and that the property will be accessible from the town road system and by designated open access private wood roads. This forest legacy easement will provide land for and access to outdoor recreation options while preserving the integrity of this land, large tract of northern forest land. The WCC encourages you to approve this purchase. I hope that saves us a little time. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Tony, for weighing in. Any questions for Tony? Motion on the floor to acquire Devil's Lake State Park, one of our most populated and favorite ones in the state. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Easement purchase, Minocqua County. This is a complex one, Jim.
Yes, thank you, Chair Prane again, Mr. Secretary, and the rest of the NRB. Our next acquisition before the board is 4P. It's a 12,496 acre forest legacy conservation easement located in southern Oneida County from the Conservation Fund, who has an accepted offer to purchase 70,000 acres from the current landowner, Heartwood Forest Land Fund. The easement was specifically targeted because it moves our conservation easements a bit further south, allowing easier access to larger population centers. The easement, if approved, will be called Pelican River Forest Conservation Easement and is being purchased for the lower of 2 appraisals at $4.675 million, which does include a $500,000 donation into an endowment fund. The endowment fund ensures funding will be available in perpetuity to support management approvals of 20 miles of designated interior public access roads. Securing conservation easement has many advantages for the state and the general public. Aside from the statutory requirement of spending 66% of stewardship monies on easements, a conservation easement allows greater use of stewardship dollars by creating public access for all 5 MBOAs without the cost of fee ownership. Management, real estate taxes, and timber rights remain with the property owner. Every year, more and more industrial lands are lost to MFL. Since 1999, our forestry program has estimated 35% or almost 386,000 acres of industrial forest lands have been withdrawn from MFL. Conservation easement ensures public access to these large contiguous tracts of land will continue in perpetuity, ensures interior roads will be open for public for vehicular use, and disallows formal development of the property, supports local economy, and supports the timber industry by keeping large tracts of industrial forest available for timbering operations. I've been on this property a couple of times, and each time was taken back by the usability of this land as well. There's a high percentage of upland mature woods, the presence of a good road system, and the land also features 13 miles of shoreline along the Pelican River, including many other small trout water tributaries. With that, Mr. Chair, I respectfully ask for approval to purchase conservation easement on 12,496 acres for $4.675 million and approval of the official name of the Pelican River Conservation Easement. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
A motion put on the table.
I'll move it.
Move to a second. Okay, I'd like to hear from George Meyer, please, if we could. Regarding this large purchase, 4.6 is no small amount of money.
This is his final testament.
I think so. Audio, George.
There we go. Chair Preen, members of the Natural Resources Board, and Secretary Cole. Thank you for providing the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation and its 205 conservation groups the opportunity to testify in strong support of the department acquiring conservation and public easements on 12,497 acres of forested lands in southern Oneida County under the Stewardship Forest Legacy Program. The Federation has been a very strong supporter of the Forest Legacy Program by working hard to obtain funding for the program under either the Federal Land and Water Conservation Fund or the Knowles-Nelson Stewardship Fund. The combination of ecological, public recreational, and economic benefits from acquisitions like this one results in strong support of this program across the public. Will keep forested lands in production, provide timber for the large number of wood-based businesses in the state, and will prevent forest fragmentation, important for hunting and other recreational pursuits, conservation of species, and assisting fire control efforts by minimizing isolated structures and large.
George, you're muted again. There you
Should I go back a minute or a second?
You're back. Just one sentence back. All you missed.
Okay. The specific purchase will keep forested land in production, provide timber for the large number of wood-based businesses for the state, and will prevent forest fragmentation, important for hunting and other recreational pursuits, conservation of species, and assist fire control efforts by minimizing isolated structures and large blocks of forested lands. Especially noteworthy is the excellent road access adjacent to this forest block and the road system within the block. Wisely, the easement requires the seller to set aside a $500,000 endowment, the interest of which is required to maintain the interior private roads in good condition for public use. The Federation extends a special thank you to Terry Bay and Jim Lemke from the real estate program for their hard work on this project. The Federation and its members will work hard to help assure legislative support for this purchase. Once again, thank you for this opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, George. Back to the motion on the floor. Is there a motion on the floor?
Yeah,
I believe there is. Any more discussion on the motion?
Yeah, but
You bet.
now we're purchasing at a cost of $4.6 million.
Yes, sir.
Recreational rights.
Yes.
Bottom paragraph is along this is the forests are managed to the highest environmental and social standards. What does that mean?
Well, as part of a industrial forest and part of the MFL program that the landowner is under, there are certain requirements within the state that they have to practice with sound forestry practices. And one of those that's written into Mr. Bruins is that they have to be, that they will be certified through the Forest Stewardship Council, any cuttings that go on in that property. So that's one of the requirements that ensures that.
Okay, so I'll just get down to the question.
Sure.
So we're purchasing easement rights and the forestry people are going to continue to do forestry the best way they know how. Does that mean they aren't going to allow any browsing of deer?
Well, that's a relevant question to today's meeting, and I can't answer that specifically, being a real estate guy and not necessarily a forester, but I appreciate the comment.
Stop it. Well, who cares?
Terry.
That was a good one.
Timber company that's.
This is a pretty exciting opportunity, and quite frankly, on the one that we did years back in Spooner was my first occasion of meeting Bill. And he was a senior advisor for the regional division over in, and
Another good day in the field, Terry.
yes, it was. This is very, very interesting for people that haven't been involved in these easements. The one thing that I did notice, however, in this one, I think versus the ones that we've done in the past is the allocation of monies for road maintenance is segregated out of this. And in the past ones, I believe that was part of the purchase deal, where the seller had set aside that money. That's a pretty substantial difference. I had, if you can believe this, 3 pages of questions on the appraisal review of this and the analysis that we did. And I did have the privilege of having Jim have me tour this with him last week. And then the next day we went up, or 2 days later, up to Devil's Lake. So I thought I was going to be an employee for a while. But we did look at the appraisals, and I had a whole bunch of questions. One of the biggest questions I had was in the appraisals, they do not establish a timber value, which was concerning to me. So I asked Jim to find out who is confirming that we have timber value, because they put a timber value in, but it's not by the appraiser, which is an interesting twist. It'd be like me going out appraising a business and supposedly the equipment's included and I didn't put anything in for the equipment. That doesn't work. So Jim did the legwork on it, and I would like for the official record to include the memo that Jim gave me where our forestry department, he went to the forestry department to confirm that there is the appraisal value of the timber was accurate in the appraisers, including it in there, but not appraising it. I think that's extremely critical of the $4+ million that we're spending here. In addition to that, we had an issue on open roads, because as part of this, I don't know if you guys read this or not, or if you get a copy of the easement agreement, which is very, very important as part of this, which answers a little bit of Bill's question about how they have to maintain the property. When is it open to the public? Okay, so we negotiated that from being open from the end of July to the beginning of July throughout the year. So we gained a month on that negotiation.
Wait, say that again, Chad?
Yeah.
End July to when?
It was going to be from August 1st through the balance of the year. Now it's, or July 1st, excuse me, through the balance of the year. Now it's June 1st through the balance of the year for the public to be able to use the property. We also negotiated the use of ATVs and UTVs, which then Jim confirmed in talking with the local yokels up there that that issue is even more important today than snowmobiling, because of the fact that they can use ATVs year round and they don't have to worry about, you got to put snow for the trails to be open, which again, I think is very, very good. There's also a provision that the owners have to meet with our staff to review what's going on the 12,000 acres. In the agreement, it said every 5 years. It said every 5 years, 5 years can go by. Holy cats, what happened in between? So now it's 3 years instead of 5 years. So we're tightening up the agreements so that they're advantageous to the citizens and taxpayers of Wisconsin. So this is a big deal. I don't know if you caught what Jim said early on here, that we went from, in 1999, 1.1 million industrial acres to 714,000 now. Industrial forest in northern Wisconsin is critical. It's critical for the economy, and that comes down here too. So that's very, very important that when people look at this, they may say, what the hell are you spending for some $1 million on an easement? This easement guarantees that this land will stay as industrial forest. That's a huge deal for northern Wisconsin. So hats off to Jim and Terry and the department for doing a great job of moving this thing forward. And I think we can all be proud of the action that we're going to take today.
So, Jim, I have a question for you. With the motorized access, how long does it take the department to figure out where the ATV trails are going to go? Is that a master plan for that parcel, or how's that work?
Yeah, thank you for the question, because I would like to clean up just a little bit of that. I did approach the property owner about potential ATV and UTV uses on the property, and they are not opposed to having those discussions on designated trails, not on the entirety of the public road system. And so they're open for those discussions, but no finality of that has been made at this time. But it looks very favorable. I talked to an ATV, UTV club and their president and the town, who both had this concern. I raised it with the potential property owner, and they affirmed that they have a great interest and support of that type of use.
So is that defined in legal documents with restricted covenants, or is that going to be like if they want to, or stop it 10 years from now, they don't like it anymore? Are we allowed to have sanctioned motorized usage of the parcel depending on the department that defines how far in the hunter can go with his UTV to go hunting in the interior of this property, or is there going to be designated parking lots? Who does all that?
Yeah, so that'll all be negotiated between the department and the property owner themselves. The designated roads that were specifically called out for in this easement have been driven and walked upon by staff, forestry staff, and myself included, and they are designed specifically to reach some of the interior parts of the property. 12,500 acres is a lot of land. Mr. Hilgenberg and I drove 4.5 miles one way through that property. So they're very specifically designated for that use. And as far as the maintenance of it, I think the endowment speaks to that.
Okay. Any other questions? Let's vote it. Motion's on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And next, lack acquisition and partial donation from Ice Age Trail and Glacier Drummond State Trail, Waukesha County.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I could be brief, I believe, on 4Q, which is a 1.6 acre land purchase for $200,000 from Jones Road LLC. The property appraised at $245,000. However, the landowner has agreed to donate $45,000 in land value to help support the building of a parking lot for the benefit of the Ice Age Trail and also the nearby Glacial Drumlin State Trail. Both of these trails are heavily used by nearby Waukesha County and Milwaukee residents, and the critical acquisition will help solve unsafe, illegal parking at the intersection of these trailheads. So the Ice Age Trail folks within the department have been looking for a place for parking for quite a while to make for a safer environment for the public. This acquisition is supported by the Wisconsin DOT, by the town of Genesee, who has written a letter of support and confirmed that the parking lot can be built according to the zoning within their township. The approximate cost to build the parking lot, which will park upwards of 40 cars, will be $22,000, and that will be funded with the Parks Program Development Funding Account. And with that, Mr. Chair, I seek your approval of 4Q, the acquisition of 1.6 acres of land for the benefit of the Ice Age Trail, and that the board accept the partial donation of land and an expression of appreciation be sent to the landowners and be made part of the official records of the Natural Resource Board.
Move on the purchase.
Is there a second? Second. Discussion? Terry?
Again, we reviewed this one, and I applaud the department, Jim, on reanalyzing the appraisal on this because it was too high. And so we got that squared away. And also I appreciated Jim following up with my question on the parking lot and getting written confirmation from the township that yes, we can have a parking lot. I would be a little bit embarrassing if we bought the land for a parking lot and the zoning doesn't allow us to have a parking lot.
True. All right, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Jim, we've already publicly gave your department kudos, but I believe you want to make a statement.
Yeah, just for 20 seconds, Mr. Chair. It's the end of our fiscal year and a lot of real estate transactions came before the board. I appreciate all the conversations we've had and the questions that we've dealt with and appreciate the support and sometimes the discussions that we had. I'd like to thank Lori Ross, as this board often does. She is truly a professional and very supportive of sometimes a level of patience that a real estate section chief may need at some time. But Mr. Chair, I'd like to also thank my staff, our land agents out in the field and the central office staff who work so hard. We bring very few acquisitions, questionable acquisitions in front of the board because our staff is out there really working with the landowners and the programs to try and bring just those necessary uses of lands in front of the department. So I wanted to publicly thank them. And lastly, I wanted to have a special thank you to Jamie Brood, who is to real estate what Lori Ross is to this board. And Jamie tries as best she can to help me look organized, and I think she does a pretty good job at that. So thank you for indulging me, and I certainly appreciate
thank you, Jim.
The board.
Thanks, Jim, and I appreciate the briefings, but I want to be invited to one of those field trips.
Okay, board, we've got 5 information items ahead of us, plus secretary matters and of course our board matters. Does anybody wish to take anything off the agenda? Do they wish to have a break for 10 minutes? Or do you want to ramp through it?
Cool. Mr. Chairman, I think we could dispense with, although we haven't heard from Todd today, and I think we could dispense with the report on COVID.
Board okay with that?
I'm good with that.
Okay, Todd.
Todd, you okay with
Not
that?
that the pandemic's
sorry,
over,
Todd.
but
Breaks my heart.
I bet. All right, Southwest Wisconsin CBD deer and predator study update, PowerPoint by Daniel Storm. Keep in mind that we're trying to get out of here less than an hour, so keep presentations brief if you could. Daniel Storm.
Yes, sir. Can you see my presentation? Is it up?
Oh, now it's up.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'll keep it brief. Thanks, Chairman Preen, board, and Secretary Cole for your time. I'm just going to give a brief update on this project, the purpose of the study progress to date, and most importantly, describe our plans for the future of the project and the timeline of when we anticipate different aspects of the project to wrap up. So if you go to the next slide, please. So the study goal is just to determine the influence of chronic wasting disease on deer populations. So to that end, we began data collection in the winter of 2017, that principally being GPS collaring deer. GPS collaring deer allows us to quantify deer survival as a function of chronic wasting disease and other factors. And that effort, the collaring effort, is now complete, and we collared over 1,000 animals for that project. Next slide, please. So while animal collaring is done, I want to make it clear that the data collection is not done. So animal collaring, that represents the beginning of the data collection process. The purpose of collaring is to figure out what the fates of these individual deer are. And so you just need time for those fates to develop, for those processes to happen. So we do continue to monitor animals, but we are shifting more of our focus on data analysis and writing and presenting results. We've expanded our team. We are collaborating with scientists from the USGS National Wildlife Health Center in Madison, and also the USGS Cooperative Wildlife Research Unit at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. This project is going to result in a large number of products, discrete products that are going to advance our knowledge in regarding chronic wasting disease, deer, and so forth. And it's important to note like what those products mean. We mean peer-reviewed research, published research products. That's the gold standard for communicating scientific research results. But just as important are communications to lay audiences. And so that's going to be an equal focus of us as well, communicating our results to the general public. And as always, our intention for these research products is to inform chronic wasting disease and deer management. Next slide, please. This is just a look at some of our current communications. We have a revamped website. That website has just a plethora, a large amount of items, how we do the study, what we're doing, what we're trying to accomplish, updates, and so forth. And a big part of that is our quarterly newsletter called the Field Notes. Again, that just has our just ongoings of the research project, and that is going to be our primary conduit, but not the only one for communicating our research results. That currently goes to over 440,000 recipients. Next slide, please. A new communication product that we've just added to our webpage now, and what I'm going to talk about for the rest of my few minutes here is the project timeline. And you're seeing a portion of that timeline right here. And what that shows are the discrete products, the research products that are arising from this project, when roughly we anticipate having them completed in the sense of being able to communicate them publicly, and then how those different products relate to one another. So this set of products that you see in this portion of the timeline, deer survival, adult deer survival, fawn survival, CWD transmission rates, those are all interesting and really important in and of themselves, but they all plug into this general idea of how does chronic wasting disease impact deer populations, and they do that through the bottom item, which is the main product, which is this integrated population model. That's the tool that we're developing that's going to take all this data and help us have this understanding of the deer populations facing chronic wasting disease. And I'll note that on the timeline there, that we plan on having that main product from this research, being able to talk to you all about that, having an answer, quote unquote, next year in calendar year of 2022. One more thing I want to note about this timeline product is that what you're not seeing, but what is in the document are descriptions of each one of those products. Next slide, please. So the study that we're conducting is just generating tremendous amounts of really high quality data. And so I've spoken like what's our primary goal of the project, but the data is really allowing us to tackle a large number of topics to just learn a whole lot about deer ecology, chronic wasting disease, and carnivores, specifically bobcats and coyotes that live in that study area in Southwest Wisconsin. So this portion of the timeline shows some of those maybe more ancillary, but still very interesting and important products that we anticipate to arise from this project. And I'll just point out one of them, bobcat survival. We're wrapping that up right now. We're wrapping up that analysis and starting to write it up. That's going to be something that the Fur Bear Committee is going to be able to use in future years to help them set their tag harvest quotas and so forth. So again, just reiterating, this is our new communication product. It's covering what we see as the future of this project, and it's up on the web as we speak, and anybody can go and see it. And that is all I have. I'll be happy to take questions.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Keep us apprised.
Yep.
It's interesting.
Thank you.
Next is Deer Stakeholder Committee Final Report, Bob Knack, Big Game Section Chief.
Good afternoon, Chair Preen, Assistant Deputy Secretary Little, members of the board. My name is Bob Knack. I'm the Section Chief for our Big Game and Fur Bearer program. I'm happy to be with you today in person, see all your faces instead of on a Zoom meeting. Who's ready for another presentation on deer? Yeah, informational item only. And I'm happy to be with you. I'm going to share an update on our Deer Stakeholder Committee, and I wanted to give you a little bit of background on how this came to be, especially for new board members. Last year at this time, with the discussion we just had regarding deer season recommendations, we heard from snowmobile
clubs across the state that were concerned about late season gun deer seasons in December and the challenges that presents for the snowmobiling groups. Following that meeting, we were asked to have a discussion on that something we take seriously, and wanted to recognize to the snowmobiling groups that, you know, our seasons influence a lot of interested stakeholders from the ag community, the forestry community, not just snowmobilers, to the hunting community for that matter. And so that originated this discussion where, you know, hey, if we're going to have a discussion on this, let's have it as a group so we all understand the impacts of what our season structure looks like. So that's the background for my presentation here today. Before I get too far, though, I want to recognize the work of some people that were involved with this. Brett Owsley is our district wildlife supervisor in the South. He led this project, this committee. He worked with our professional facilitator, Raj Kamal. And then, of course, the committee members that, as you'll see, spent some time with us, gave up their time doing other important things in their lives. And so some of them are likely watching today, and I just wanted to thank them again for their time. All right. Oh, there we go. So quickly, the deer stakeholder, the purpose and the goal is to identify a deer hunting framework and potential programs to address three kind of primary objectives there. And one was to have that discussion with the snowmobiling, forestry, and ag communities. Along with that, provide deer hunting opportunities that are easy to understand. Okay, if we're looking at our season structure, let's not make it more confusing than it may already be. And then provide the best available tools to achieve population objectives and reduce the number of deer with chronic wasting disease. We pulled together the committee, represented around 20 groups or organizations across a broad spectrum of deer management in the state. Pretty impressive group of people from the ag community, forestry, hunters, guides and outfitters, Conservation Congress, you name it. They're all listed in the report. The committee met 3 meetings, October, November, and January. And we had one public input, kind of a listening session in December to some of the thoughts that they had. And as I mentioned, this was facilitated, and a final report was completed by Raj Kamal with Credence LLC. Before I get into some of the findings or recommendations from the committee, I wanted to share that through this facilitative effort, each committee member had the opportunity to identify their issues and concerns, put it all out there, let's hear about it. And so we had great open discussion on that. And then we provided the committee with the current deer season structure, all the opportunities that we have. So they were aware of that, which then facilitated discussion on any potential changes they wanted to make. The other thing I'd mentioned too, and I made a point of sharing with the committee that we're not here to necessarily implement change. We're here to have a discussion. Status quo is fine. If there's opportunities for change that people agree upon, even better. So wanted to make sure that was clear, that even with the snowmobiling community that was there, that we weren't necessarily going to make a change, and we're going to have a discussion about it. So some of the recommendations that came from that committee, and it was really nice the way that we had this discussion. Everybody had a chance to speak. Everybody had a chance to share their ideas. We then asked people to vote, is this a preferred option? Is this an acceptable option? Is this an acceptable option with maybe a change? Or is this a deal breaker? I can't support this. And the nice thing about that, it allowed some area to identify some areas of compromise. Maybe there is some opportunities here for meeting everybody's objectives. You'll see from the list here, and we broke it down by the gun deer season, the holiday hunt, the December 40 antlerless season, the October youth hunt, harvest authorization, and the way we issue those. And then the last one that was brought up was earn a buck. But you'll see in each one of these, no change is on the list. And again, these are the top ones that, were preferred or could be agreed upon with the majority of the committee members. If there were significant deal breakers associated with it, it didn't make the list. So we identified these as potential options. The other thing I wanted to mention too is that we were encouraged to think outside the box, right? We've had discussions on deer management a lot.
And let's think outside the box, make sure that there's nothing that we're missing. And with that, we didn't put any sideboards on the discussion. And as you all know, our season structure and some of these things are governed by state statute, which the department does not, we implement the statutes. We don't necessarily advocate for changing the statute. But we didn't put those sideboards on the group because we really wanted to encourage some free thinking here. And there was some free thinking. It didn't make the list, but I let you know that we did have some interesting discussions. So quickly, some of the options that were supported, or at least had some support. No change to the gun deer season, but also creating a 16-day gun season starting on a Saturday closest to November 15th. Regarding the holiday hunt, again, no change. Keep the traditional dates and allow either sex to be harvested. Right now, that's currently an antlerless hunt. Also with the holiday hunt, replacing it with a 4-day antlerless only gun hunt that overlaps with the October youth hunt. And this was in CWD affected counties only. So that would be an annual season, again, that could be recommended by CDEX or by the department. Relative to the 4-day antlerless hunt, again, no change. Keeping that December season and adding a 4-day season in October, again, overlapping with the youth hunt. Or replacing that December season with an October season. Relative to the October youth hunt, again, no change, or change the youth hunt to a 4 days. It's currently a two-day hunt. Regarding harvest authorizations, those are the deer tags, as most people probably more familiar with. Again, no change. There was a recommendation to eliminate the private public land issuance and how we currently do it now. And really between those two, there wasn't a strong direction from the committee. It seemed to be split fairly evenly. And then Ernebuck, again, brought up by committee members. 78% of the committee did vote in support to have the CDEX, have that as a tool for CDEX to offer as a season option. And then, of course, you can't talk deer and focus strictly on a season structure. There were other issues and ideas that came up from such a large group. And this was secondary to their charge. However, we want to honor their interest and their thoughts that they gave to this. And so we had over 30 different recommendations. I grouped them and provided some of the major ones here. Splitting deer management units where diverse habitats exist. We're currently doing that in some cases where you have zones that split counties. Encouraging hunter access to private property. Access is always an issue and concern for hunter recruitment, and this committee, recognize that as well. And some of this stuff we are currently working on. Board Member West and I have been talking about some access ideas, and so we'll continue to do that. Extending seasons and targeted removal of deer in highly populated areas. We currently do that. Some thoughts around incentivizing antlerless harvest with private landowners, but providing tags. Also providing tags to people that donate deer to the deer donation program. And there are additional recommendations. Like I said, these were kind of the higher ranking ones from the committee. As far as next step, the current work, I mentioned a couple things that we're currently doing, a couple things that we're going to be working on in the months ahead. The committee interest, this is a really good committee, and they were energized, and I think they wanted to continue the discussions, and we've had them on pause for some time while we work through this, but certainly a good group of folks that I think we can work with again in the future. Regarding the season options, they laid out some ideas that seem to have some general support from committee members. But we need to have much more discussion on that, not only public input as well. And so what we're thinking about is waiting till after the new year to have that conversation, largely because staff and many of the cooperators and groups that were on this committee are engaged in our wolf management plan as well. And we want to be respectful of their time. We're going to be meeting with them over the fall. And so we'll let them focus on the wolf management plan, and then early part of next year, once much of that committee work is done, we'll re-engage on these season structure options. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions, comments?
Thank you.
Keep us informed. Thank you. Congress Matters Tony Blatter for the spring hearing and annual report.
Chair Prane, Secretary Cole, and members of the board. My name is Tony Blattler. I'm the current Wisconsin Conservation Congress Chair. I'm here today to talk to you about items 6D and 6E. I'm going to sneak in a little bit about 6E under this portion. We're dealing with the 2021 spring hearing and our Conservation Congress annual report. It is once again my great pleasure to come before this board today as the recently re-elected chair of the Wisconsin Conservation Congress and to have this opportunity to review the business conducted by the Congress over the past year. And what a year it has been. The Conservation Congress, along with the rest of the world, had to make some adaptations and modifications in order to adjust to getting our business accomplished in or during the COVID-19 pandemic. But the WCC delegates have risen to the challenge and continued to be an avenue for public input on natural resource issues. The 2021 annual convention was canceled, but the WCC held 2 rounds of district meetings for each of the 11 districts this spring in order to prepare for the annual spring hearings, which were held completely online again this year, as well as review the input provided by the public. The district leadership council then met in early June to discuss the input from the districts and determine what to advance to the DNR for further consideration. WCC advisory questions. There were 27 Congress advisory proposals presented for public comment at this year's spring hearings. 25 of the 27 questions posed by the WCC were supported by the citizens providing input. But the WCC District Leadership Council decided to advance all 27 to the Department of Natural Resources for further study and consideration. Of the 2 that were not supported by the majority of the public input, the question regarding allowing the harvest of white deer and allowing training, trialing, and hunting without dogs being on an 8-foot leash, both did not receive public support by a relatively small margin. And the question favoring the harvest of white deer was supported in a majority of the counties. 47 counties supported, 23 opposed, 2 tied. Among the suggested changes supported by the WCC are opposing the use of high fences to alter wildlife movement, requiring an in-person portion for ATV, UTV safety training, expanding the use of cable restraints, and implementing CWD best management practices. As we commented before under fisheries agenda item, the Wisconsin Conservation Congress supports the Bureau of Fisheries advancing all of their proposed rule changes. And we are supportive of the Bureau of Wildlife Management advancing their proposed rule changes, which will be coming up next as an informational item at this time. Under Congress business, the Youth Conservation Congress has been steadily growing, and our new YCC coordinator, Kyle Zenz, has been doing a fabulous job growing the program and keeping the kids engaged over the past year. We currently have 42 delegates from 26 counties, and they have been contributing to a monthly newsletter and participating in monthly Zoom programs where they learn about a variety of resource-related topics, such as building wood duck houses and participating in Snapshot Wisconsin. They have a trout thing coming up here in the near future. Awards. David Mickelson will be named the 2020 Educator of the Year for all his work educating the public about the geology of the Ice Age Trail. And Terry Rerig will be receiving the WCC's David A. Ladd Heavy Lifter Award for her tireless efforts to educate the public about the WCC. The presentation of these awards is yet to be determined, since we would normally do this during our annual convention, but since it was canceled, we have yet to decide how to do that. We want to be sure to publicly acknowledge these people for their efforts this past year, despite the challenges of COVID, and we want to make those award presentations kind of special. Officer elections. During the May virtual district meetings, the delegates from our 11 districts elected their 2021-2022 district leadership counselors. I would like to thank each of the counselors from the 2020-21 group that will not be returning this year as counselors, and also congratulate those who have been elected or re-elected. I have included a list of this year's District Leadership Council for your information. Our 2021-22 Executive Committee is as follows. Terry Rarig from Buffalo County and Brett Weir from Washington County will continue on the Executive Committee. Joel Taylor from Russ County was newly elected to the Vice Chair seat. Dale Moss from Dodge County was re-elected as Secretary, and I was honored to be re-elected to serve for a second year as Chair for the Congress. In closing, I want to reiterate our appreciation for the support of this board, and we look forward to continuing to work closely with you this year on all the important natural resource management issues. Thank you.
Question for Tony. Pass on to the Congress, Tony. As usual, we appreciate the time, effort, and energy that during this last 15 months that you portrayed in giving the board needed advice on major topics.
I will gladly do so.
Thank you. Results of input of Bureau of Wildlife Management 2021 Spring and Wildlife Meeting Agenda of Rural Questions. Scott Carroll.
Good afternoon again, board. Chair Praying, Deputy Secretary Ames. So Tony just went over the WCC's portion of the spring hearings. I know Meredith presented earlier about the fisheries rule. Just wanted to give a brief update about the wildlife questions and the status of the rule that typically accompanies that on the odd number of years like it is this year. So there we go. Okay, so again, this year is a rule year. Things were a little bit delayed in terms of the typical cycle. You know, when non-COVID year, when we have in-person spring hearings, the in-person portion serves as our public hearing. And unfortunately, since it was online only this year, we didn't have that. We also had a delayed approval of the scope statement. So we're a little bit behind the timeline this year. But as far as we had 5 questions this year. All of them were really non-controversial. I think our lowest supported question was right at about 60%. So, you know, questions range from allowing falconry as a approved use at Bong Rec area after 2 p.m. There's a 2 p.m. typical closure for most uses during the pheasant season. We would allow that after the that closure. That was approved. Increasing the time of cable restraints allowed during the trapping season. There's a reduced, shortened timeline currently with the trapping season to use a cable restraint. And we've been talking about making that just the entire length of the trapping season. That was approved. Going back to a 3-zone framework for mink and muskrats, again, overwhelming support. And then one that maybe want to just highlight is that allowing, since this is kind of restricting uses, allowing DNR to regulate target shooting on department properties in Columbia County. You remember about 2 years ago, we did something similar to Rock County. There was a lot of, this was supported locally, and this was kind of hand in hand with the Mud Lake firing range that was installed several years ago. And then as a follow-up to this, we were going to focus the target shooting onto that firing range while closing the department properties just due to concerns about unregulated shooting, you know, unsafe shooting and some littering and stuff. So, and then finally, just extending the gray and fox squirrel dates or season dates. So that's the results. Again, as for the status of the rule, you know, we're going to be holding a public hearing on it again because we have to hold a public hearing for all of our rules relatively shortly. We should get the rule to you to the board for approval sometime this fall. Any questions?
Any questions, Scott? Nothing. Department Secretary Matters. Dr. Todd Ames, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We just have one retirement recognition for this afternoon. Robert J. Lee spent 33 years working for law enforcement.
Your motion? Move approved. Second. 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 Wonder how many times he assisted in enforcing our wildlife laws.
Yep.
You don't have them.
Contrary to the perception, we're not a bunch of cowboys. We're very civilized and we do enforce our laws. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
And the only other item is relative to the acts of the Department Secretary relative to real estate. Any questions?
Any questions? Board matters. Bill Bruins, anything? Chair Adams, usually don't go this long, but it did today. It happens once in a while, our meetings go this long, but we try not to. But anything for board matters? Terry?
I have a whole, no.
Cass?
I'm good.
Marcy?
I do. I would like to request specifically for the August agenda, Deputy Secretary Ames and legal counsel, if we could look at the organization and operation procedures manual code 1103.1, Roman numeral 3A on the election of officers. The situation that we're in as far as board appointments, I know that lands in the hands of the legislature and needs to be taken care of over there. But prior to our January meeting, I asked the question of what happened if chairman was elected and then appointment or was not reappointed. And I was told that at the June agenda, we would re-elect officers. So to prevent this from ever happening again, or at least a portion of this ever happening again, I would like to recommend that we come up with the accurate reading of an officer being elected and the appointment running out and how we would handle that. I looked at just changing the election to after May when the appointments are made, but January is apparently in statutes. So I think we're stuck with that. But I think it puts everybody in an awkward situation if there's a situation and we have an officer.
Marcy, do you deny that this seat is legally held by me? I mean, right now I'm a member of this board. So why would that affect anything that you're talking about? I mean, you're trying
You
to
were
do.
you were one of them that I had the conversation with, and you can look back at the tape in January. You know, you said that you would serve until the end of your term.
I did not bring the tape up. What I did, I'm not going to get into the details of that right now, but Marcy, at the present time, I'm a voting member of this board, duly appointed and confirmed. And until I decide to vacate the seat or the Senate confirms my nominee from the governor, elections should be irrelevant. Elections are whoever you want to have put chairman. You want to call for a new election of the chairman, call it and put it on the agenda. But I don't understand. It's like when you say stuff like this, you're singling out the second-class citizen, and I am not a second-class citizen.
No, sir. I indicated that I had checked with 3 different people and was given different information. So what I'm requesting is clarification in our board procedures.
1103.13A.
Correct.
We'll look at it. We'll talk
And
about it on Tuesday.
You know, the point that we're at right now does not just impact you, sir. It impacts all of us. And the chair has an incredible amount of control on the agenda items that come up and how the meeting is run. And I question that.
You voted for it. Is there a motion to adjourn? Or I'm sorry, Bill Smith, do you have anything you want to bring forward?
I'll pass.
You'll pass. I have nothing. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed. Good evening. See you guys in August.
In Milwaukee.
Milwaukee.
Going to Milwaukee?
I
We
guess
are.
it's in
We'll be
Milwaukee.
in Milwaukee.